I want us to connect deeply. I want us to share exactly what is alive in our body, our feelings, and our needs. I want to know what is going on in your mind, because if it keeps repeating itself in your mind, then when you share it, it's going to feel good. Might be a celebration. Like, it doesn't always have to be a struggle. What do you want to be witnessed for? Tell me. I'm going to tell you, all right? And you're going to tell me. So, my breath, I'm just going to go into my breath. You go into your breath too. Let's breathe together. The deeper our breath, the deeper our thoughts. So if we breathe deep, what really matters will come up.
Here's a legal ride. When this happened before, we had a place in the coffee shop called the Legal Ride.
Okay, so what's on the back of my mind is I want accompaniment. And I notice that there's an alertness where I can't relax, and I want accompaniment. That is one of the wounds. All of our struggles we can trace to separation, scarcity, and meaning and purpose. Those are the three wounds that domination systems create. So when I say I'm feeling like a need for accompaniment, that's a need. So I feel lonely. I feel hollow in my body, lonely in my emotional field. The need is accompaniment. Hi, goddess, I love you. Ah, la, 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 la. Let's tune our voices. Oh. And then all the sklamma will come up. Yo, super squad.
Is he with you? To the guy.
Okay, now you do it. Everything will come up that wants to come up. My needs accompaniment. I feel lonely. Domination systems are really smart. So they make it so the world emerges in scarcity, SPF 50 tinted moisturizer. And the world that emerges in scarcity, it operates in separation. And I want to tell you what that means. If the world emerges in scarcity, then there is artificial abundance. And the scarcity is manufactured, because it was not always scarcity. It was, in fact, abundance. And the scarcity came with each move, each industry. Slowly, we took what used to be done in community and relationship and in nature and with each other, and we made it a commodifiable, a dungali, to meet our need. And we could buy it, and we could sell it. So scarcity means that our needs are not met. Before the world was abundant, we knew that our needs would be met. Others would show us how to go meet our needs. And we could just count on the fact that if we were high needs, and in high needs, you get less attention in a domination system, but in the way it was before, we knew that we had need-based systems, and this is called balance, this is called symbiosis. And if we had high needs, we would get the most amount of attention because we had the most needs. This makes sense, doesn't it? So we now created a world where if there's high needs, then we send the person off. So those who care, who love that one, they're not responsible. Like, we get professionals to do it. And when we do it together with tribe, then it's really beautiful. And it's a gorgeous, glorious symphony of meeting needs together. And I want you to know what this is. This is attuning to bodies, number one, co-regulating nervous system so that my emotional field changes in response to your emotional field. And then we want to, once we know how each other's feel, we want to make life even more wonderful. We want to collaborate to meet our needs together. That's the third thing. In domination systems, it is not need-based. It's not based off what we feel, what our body's needing, what our emotions are needing, what our spirit's needing. It's not based off needs at all. And if you need healing, if you need movement, if you need play, if you have a need in the world of nature, then I have a little bit of a sniffle, so please send me some healing love in my nose, so my nose can be renewed and restored. So in a world of domination systems, everything is done based off merit. So if you have a whole bunch of needs, you will get all of your needs met, but it will be met through coercion and keeping tabs, and there will be a revolving door. It won't be long term typically. Sometimes it will. It won't be deep and authentic and built on trust, and not just trust in each other, but trust in the universe. And also unconditional love. If something is fueled by unconditional love and unconditional belonging, that means that we're interconnected and we emerge in a state of interbeingness. And if I am in a state of interbeing, then in self-actualization, my existence draws from your existence, and we are all in a state of interbeingness with all of nature and all of life. We are all drawing from each other's existence. And when we witness each other and we change in response to witnessing each other, the way that when I look at you and I say, I love you so much, and I feel, look at you, ka 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 ka. All the birds are singing. I love you too. When we change in response to each other, it's so wonderful. It makes us feel so vivacious. It makes us know we are alive. It makes us know we're making a difference. Oh, I love when we talk about the wounds of the domination system. Do you want to know why I love when we talk about the wounds of the domination system? I'll tell you why. Because then we get to be like, well, what are we going to do to make it better? Cuckoo! Cuckoo! Ho! 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 So I love to polish my teeth. There you go. You can do it with floss. So nice. I don't want to put on my lip gloss if I'm gonna floss. And the floss loves lip gloss. It'll take it. Tell me what's alive in your body, your feelings, and your needs. Domination systems don't want to know what we're going through. I want to know. Tell me, I'm going to tell you. So, my spine's decompressing. I was in hot yoga yesterday, and I was like to my upper spine on the wood with the beautiful movement where I grounded my pelvis and sacrum into the wood, and then with the jolt, a love jerk, I went on the wood. It felt amazing. And then I put my hands on my thighs and I pushed my lower back and pelvis away from my body with my legs, and it was like on my lower back. So lower back, upper back, and then I went with my neck. Popped it out. Oh, it feels so good. Decompression everywhere. All 33 vertebrae are always doing this. I just naturally do it. Naturally decompress my 33 vertebrae because I'm programmed to. That's one thing that's live in my body. My body is always decompressing. I affirm it. Do you affirm it? And let's do a goddess roll call. Goddess roll call. We got Cleveland housewife. Goddess Jennifer Nana. Who else is here? Tell me what is alive in your body, your feelings, your needs. I miss my children so much. Like, I cannot stop thinking about them. Oh, by the way, my sister's birthday is tomorrow. Let's call my kids. And we'll call my sister. But it's process work. You guys want to do it with me? I really miss my kids. That's a struggle. Dylan, Rose, Chris. And I love my mom. And there's the parental alienation. I love my daughter's foster family who adopted her. The adoptive family. I love them. And there's the parental alienation. And I want to have a rift resolution. And I want to have a declaration of us wanting to co-parent in a tribe. Create an abundance of caregivers to meet the needs of our children. I know I could be a lot of help. My daughter's 8, her brother's 9. In her adoptive family, and my boys, they're 14 and 16. All 3 of my children are about to have birthdays. I miss them so much. So much. So all 3 of them are about to have birthdays. That means my oldest is about to be 17. That means in 1 year he'll be 18. He's gonna be coming out to me because you wanna know something? His friend Ziamara, she watches me. And I know she's gonna tell him I love him so much. He knows I miss him so much. My oldest is gonna reach out to me really soon. Then the other 2, shortly after. They will come. Polish your teeth, floss your teeth. Be so loving to your teeth. And get like really good dental floss that your teeth and gums love.
And did you use any of these hand warmers and foot warmers? Did you use any? If they really work.
So put in all camps. What are your struggles? What are your celebrations? This is my goddess temple. Isn't it gorgeous?
Get your heater on. I want you to take this. And
Hey, Super Squad.
believe. Like, you know where I worked for 2 days? I taped it on my muscle.
Put in all caps.
It's not, I'm still like moving like this, but it's not good.
Struggles, all caps.
I want you to have it. I don't have any change, but I want to.
Um,
I just want to park.
okay, goddess, I'm gonna mod her.
I gotta get some change to get you, but I don't want to get change from them right now because I just gave them my change.
There we go.
What's this? You have any rings?
Okay, I modded her, goddess.
You have rings.
Hello, well, how's everyone doing?
You do.
Think about how lovable you are. It's really cold out here. So I brought my whole setup so I would be warm. I was planning on doing some process work today and calling my kids. So I have not yet put on my eye makeup. I figured maybe I will put on my eye makeup after I call my children because I have a feeling that my eye makeup is probably gonna get messed up. By the way, it's a process call, so it's not for real. My children in 2018 were legally kidnapped from me. Literally. Like, it was the most horrific night in the world. It was July 21st, 2018, and I was getting paid $8,000 to $14,000 a month to be a sugar baby. Kind of like Melania Trump, you know, like I would get boyfriends for many years, some of them like 5 years. And I went on a date with this guy. He gave me $2,000. But if you're a sugar baby, you don't hook up with them for a long time, because you want them to have what's called skin in the game. Like Melania Trump, the way you get a guy like Trump. I don't know their arrangement, but I would find these really submissive guys. And I was in this way of acting out and numbing out. And I really wanted to get sober. And I felt like I was using against my will. It was really awful. And I would drink, and I would get in a blackout, and I would do cocaine, and I would chain smoke cigarettes. And the worst part is I would hit my children, I would scream in their face, my oldest, and I guess, see, I don't even know though, because my oldest would tell me stuff I would do in the blackout, and he'd say, Mom, I would swear, I'd be like, I never hit you. He's like, yeah, you did. So I know I did if he says I did. I was brought up in a home that was really volatile, and dogs got hit, and kids got hit, and everyone got hit. It was just really, really awful. And that was the home that I created. I created a really awful, volatile, violent, angry environment. And although I was a chain breaker, and there were some things that were important to me that I didn't get, so I made sure to give it to my kids. There were other chains I was not able to break. And I call those now behaviors that I'm working on. So things like hanging up on people, blocking them, hitting, any type of behavior that's gonna harm me or harm someone else. And it hurts me. It hurts me if toxic anything comes out of my mouth. Anything I say to anyone, I could feel it. I could feel it programming me. So call these target behaviors. When I go into a relationship now, I have my target behaviors that I'm working on. I want to know the target behaviors I'm working on. And these are the things I've healed from. I don't hit anymore. I don't name call. I don't make threats. I don't punish, I don't do things to hurt you. And you don't even know I'm hurting you or doing these things. I'm just like hurting you and making it uncomfortable and creating resistance and chaos in your life. And you don't even know I'm doing it. It's just like, I'm just doing it to you. And it's subtle. It's microaggression. I don't do microaggression anymore. I don't do any kind of aggression. I used to do micro, macro. I used to do every kind of aggression. I miss my kids so much because, they're the ones, they're our teachers. They come here to teach us. And we're meant to worship them. And in co-worshiping, there's a stage of courting. And courting means that those with the most power stay low and give their power to those with the least power. So adults are never supposed to scream in kids' face and hit them like I did. And the reason I was doing that and drinking to black out, even with cocaine, I was blacking out. I was drinking long cigarettes. I was hurting. And my kids could feel that pain. They could feel every nervous system. We all had a family bed. We were all sleeping in the same bed. We were all co-regulating nervous systems. It felt so good. That was one thing I gave my kids. When I was alone sleeping in my bed, I always knew I'm not supposed to be alone. So I slept with my daughter. I slept with my boys. We would just sleep on the floor, And we all would just get in our PJs and get comfy and get a snuggle fawn on. And sometimes we would sleep opposite, so the boys' feet would be poking me, and I'd rub them, and my daughter and I would be like hugging each other, breastfeeding. And I would sleep with her little butt scooped. I would scoop her butt, and she would be here, and she would fall asleep breastfeeding on this side, and then she'd wake up, so I'd turn to the other side and then scoop the other butt, and she'd nurse the other breast. And I would sleep in a family bed with my kids. All of us co-regulating nervous systems. It was natural. I would put on a bikini bottom, and in Europe, you don't wear a top, so my kids and I spent a lot of time in Central America and Europe, and places where our bodies weren't sexualized, and my kids and I would bathe together and sleep together, and it was beautiful. You know, and I know some of you are freaking out. I had a bikini bottom on, okay? So it's not like... I think that having watering holes and bathing together is natural. I think that co-regulating sleeping together, like, we're not supposed to sleep alone. Even if you're just sleeping with your friends, put on your pajamas, get your onesies on. Like, that way you're not gonna, like, sweat. And then have, like, not too many blankets. Just do whatever makes you feel comfortable, right? Some people are okay being all naked together. You know, I'm not there yet. I could be naked, like, with my kings, but I'm not comfortable enough to be naked with, because I don't trust the humans, trust the animals. But you do your comfort level, and then you all sleep together. You all sleep together. But you do it so you're comfortable. You wear exactly what you're comfortable in. Like, you don't wear like little underwear and a bra if you're not comfortable, because you're showing, you know, you wear like shorts and a t-shirt if that makes you more comfortable. And then we snuggle. And I would do that with my kids. I would sleep with them. I would co-regulate. I would snuggle. Give them lots of affection. That's what I had. I had lots of affection. Because not my mom. My mom was the ice queen, because I don't think she was picked up as a baby when she cried. So I don't think she picked me up. I think it was my nannies, and they caressed us from head to toe, because I was rich and privileged. So nannies caressed me from head to toe. And when I got arrested, I called the cops. This guy gave me $2,000. I called the cops because we got in an argument. I wanted cocaine, and I was drunk and blackout. And I called the cops. I was white girl drunk and calling the cops to Karen. You know, doing things to hurt myself, hurting others, right? That's what we do when we're being an addict. So I did that, and I had left my kids alone. They were in my RV, and my house was just right down the street, and my kids were just right there, a couple blocks away. Actually, like a block away. I told the cops my kids were alone. And that was it. That was the last time I saw my kids. Like, when I wasn't being monitored, that was like the last night I ever got to spend with them. Well, I spent the night in jail, so I guess the 20th of July. That's the last night I spent with my kids. My 3 children were taken by the police because I told the cops my kids are alone. And my sister just missed them. You know, I told my sister, just missed them. They wouldn't release my kids to my sister. They wouldn't release my kids. You guys gotta help me get my kids back. You know, like, they just put my kids in foster homes. I can't imagine what it was like when they took my kids to a group home. That from the police station, they're like, you're not going home with your mom. You're going to a group home. Can't imagine what that was like for my kids. And there my kids are at a group home, at an orphanage in Los Angeles. There are orphanages. And the first night, my kids spent in an orphanage together. And the second night, my daughter had to say goodbye to her brothers. She didn't see them again for almost 6 months. And the first time my daughter was able to talk, when all 3 of us were together, My daughter said, Mommy, I want to go home. All four of us were together. Because my daughter did not get to see her brothers for almost 6 months. And my boys and my daughter and I did not get to see each other for over 30 days, because when they separate you from your kids, the first 30 days they do not let you see your kids. I think it's because domination systems want you to get used to not seeing your kids. And they want your kids to get used to not seeing you. So it is protocol for 30 days they don't let you see your kids. I need someone to take me to DCMS so I can talk to them. Tell them the impact. Because that is so painful. And I have been suffering because for 10 years plus, my oldest was 10 years old, my middle was 8, and my daughter was 2. For 10 years, I had been co-regulating my nervous system with these children. And in one night, they were gone. They were gone. Not to mention, my whole life fell apart. I had a $6,400 mortgage. I was a sugar baby with $8,000 allowance, and you know, typically I had one sugar daddy. And I had other incomes coming in. But when I got sober, not only did I lose my $13,800 a month in child support, but I was not able to sell my body. I was not for sale because I couldn't use alcohol and cocaine and cigarettes. And if I could not numb out, then how could I recreate this environment where it was exactly how it felt when my grandfather used to molest me when I was a little girl, and Papa used to ask me to, hey, how about a back rub tonight? He would rape our teenage nannies from South and Central America, even getting them pregnant, teenage girls. This is a man in his 70s and 80s getting these girls pregnant and molesting me. Fingering the little children in our family. My tiny cousin, when she was 3 years old, Tasha, was fingered and molested, and my best friend, when I was 13, sexually assaulted. Lisa Lee has come forward about it, and I've come forward about the abuse. And I recreated the feeling of my skin crawling, because when I went to my mom, and when others talked about it, they were called a liar by my mom. My auntie Karen was like, of course it happened, and that is true. And yeah, Papa does do that and did do that. And I'm sorry that happened to you. So I knew my world made sense, but from my mom, when I was a little girl, it didn't make sense. So I had to recreate, you guys on cold. So I had to recreate this environment. I had to recreate where my skin was crawling. That's what happens with trauma. And because I had this happen, I had to recreate it. So I was the powerful one. So I would find really submissive men, and then they would pay me basically to not even get to be with me, because eventually I would still be getting the allowance. I wouldn't even be hanging out with these guys, they'd just be giving me their money like suckers. And can you imagine getting treated like that? So obviously they had some trauma that they needed to heal too. So we find willing participants to do this with, to heal with. You guys, it's so cold, so we're gonna make it more warm. Oh, that's so nice. Perfect. Okay. Perfect. Everything has its solution. Perfect. There. My need for warmth is about to be met very well. All right. You guys are going to benefit from my comfort as well. It's going to feel great. Okay. Don't worry, I got us. And then I'm going to do like that. Better. So, my children, after they were removed from me, there we go. Oh my gosh. That's nice. All right. All right, let me get back into what I was telling you guys. You guys want to be closer to me? Can you guys hear me okay? You guys can hear me okay? Okay. So, my daughter went all the way to Riverside. From the orphanage, they put her in her second placement, which was a group home. She showed up with scratches, black eye. The first time I saw her, she was so stressed out. She had a bleeding diaper rash. And when they drove away, oh my God. I was only allowed 3 visits a week. And I was not getting my visits. I went months at a time without getting to see my kids. I was told that there was no one to give me my visits. And with phone visits, I was getting hung up on. I wasn't getting my time with my kids. Any reaction I had to anything that was going on, if my kids didn't have shoes, my daughter had black eye in her 3rd placement because she went from Riverside to this home where they didn't even speak her language to another home where she had another black eye. They cut off her fingertip. They wouldn't let me see her during COVID. And when my daughter told me her vagina was hurting, the foster dad hung up on me. And I have not been allowed to see my kids. My daughter has been since adopted by this foster family, and I have nothing but love for them. I have nothing but respect and care and honor that they are supporting my daughter, and whether it's because they're getting paid money or whatever reason, I believe that they love my daughter. I believe that my daughter calls them mom and dad, and that she loves them. I believe that. I believe that they call her Rosie. I used to call her Chicha. You know, I believe that my daughter misses me deeply and thinks about me a lot. And apparently my daughter gets to see my boys once a week. And apparently my daughter speaks 4 languages. And it's Czech, Romanian, English, and I do not know the 4th. And I do not know about my daughter. I know she has a foster adopted brother named Max, who's a year older. My daughter's dad is Brian Pearson, Brien Pierson. You could Google him. He lives right here in Los Angeles. He was a donor. And I've asked him for help so many times. He does not want to help me. He does not want to. We had a donor agreement that he's supposed to pay me $250,000, and you know, with that money, I bought a house, and I was never going to hear from him again. I was not expecting to lose my kids. I just wanted his money, and you know, now I've had this awakening. I believe that his son, who's 9, would like to know my daughter, and would like to know my daughter's 2 brothers, 3 brothers actually, because my boys, 14 and 16, you know, I have 2 9-year-old boys, but that's cool. And isn't that cool that Rose's adoptive brother Max is 9, and she has a half brother, biological brother, who is also 9? Like, that's cool. She also has a little sister, and I believe her little sister's like 2 or 3 now. And I've told Brian that I believe that it's the children who are meant to choose. That the children are meant to come together and choose. That my daughter, Emily Rose Isabella Flores, because they changed her last name, they changed my kids' social security numbers. When they adopt kids out, they change everything. I don't know why. And then for some reason they do parental alienation. Like, they think that for some reason, like, you shouldn't have access to your kids. And I do not know why they think this benefits the child. In fact, I don't think it does. I think they do it because the foster family doesn't want them involved. I think it's more about that. And the parental alienation hurts not only the parents, it hurts the children the most. It goes without saying, it hurts the children the most. I am in so much pain. My pain is epic. I can feel that pain coming up. My daughter Rose. She's a ballerina, so sometimes I dance and I think of her. I want to be a success so that I can, sometimes I'll create this healing arts dojo at the beach, and if people want to donate, they can. And then I don't accept any donations, but I'll have this healing arts dojo, and it'll do stuff. It'll get permits with the city and garden and do things, and I'm gonna put it in my kids' names, Dylan, Rose, and Chris. I guess I should include their other brothers and sisters too. I should put it in Max's name, and I don't know what Brian's kids' names are, you guys. And my boys, their dads do not have any other kids. Chris's dad killed himself a month after my kids got taken. So there was a court date. And Christopher, right after getting removed from me, all of a sudden, now he's meeting his dad for the first time. And that was the first and last and only time he would ever meet his dad. And after that, his dad committed suicide. He was a doctor. And he was an anesthesiologist, so it was quite easy for him to do it. So, Chris, I love you so much. I miss you so much. I can't imagine what it was like. Sometimes my boys would get separated from each other, and they would go to this other home separately. It makes me feel really sad that my kids were just thrown around with strangers. So in July, it will be 7 years of this. 7 years. I know that Chris I think it was really hard for all three of my kids. It might have been hardest for Chris. When he left my care, I had gotten him all kinds of support. He had an ABA therapist, so they got extra money for him because he was considered special needs. And he's brilliant. Just like me and my father are prodigies and have brilliant minds. Chris was the same. And he wasn't treated the same at school. He had a one-on-one aide, and I think it made him get bullied or made him get outcasted. He's been very angry at me for a lot of things. I think he believes that I alienated him from his dad and his dad's family by moving from New York City to LA. I believe that Christopher is angry at me because sometimes he wouldn't come to the visits, and I believe that it was particularly hard for him. And I know that the foster family put hands on my boys and hands on my daughter, and I know that the foster families and my mother put hands on my kids. And I did too. You know, like, I've done the healing work, but I don't believe that my mother has, and I don't believe my kids have. And my kids and I have a lot of healing to do too. And so does my mom and I in the foster family. And I'm in the foster family, Nico and Pavi Flores and Max and my mom, Susan Davis, and all of it's public, you guys. I'm not doxing anyone, it's all public. My sister Daniela Davis, my brother Dylan Davis, we're all gonna make amends. You know, Brian Pearson and his wife, Corey Sabri and his flavor of the year, Dylan's dad, who's in Vegas, Sauerbrey, Corey, Corey. That's my son Dylan's dad, and he has the most beautiful eyes and eyelashes. Like, you guys want to see? It looks just like my son's eyelashes. Corey, Corey, Sauerbrey. This is my son Dylan's dad. He's so handsome. Hey, goddess. Really? I would love a coffee. Oh my goodness, look at these eyelashes. That's how my son Dylan, look how handsome he is. But look at these eyelashes. Goddess, They're gonna get me coffee. I coming. I gonna get ya. I gonna get ya. The tickle monster's coming out of our tickle hut. Ah! Help! Help! Mama Bear's gonna get it. Help! Ah! They're gonna drink her goddess soup.
Wait till you do that. She's a sweetheart.
Help! Ah! She's getting the queen of the beach. Mama Bear. I'll never let them get you. Ah! Help! She's too lovable. Oh.
Yes.
Look, I'm grinding my teeth so hard because I love you so much. I've been grinding them. I forgot I was even filming. Say hi to everyone, Mama
Hi,
Bear.
good morning.
They love you. Everyone say hi to Mama Bear. Hearts to Mama Bear.
Hearts.
Give them the wisdom, my queen. What's that one?
Sugar and cream. She went to go get your one with black with the honey.
And oat milk.
Oat milk. Oh, they got it. Oh, God.
Can you tell her blonde roast and oat milk?
Bring up there. You see her. She's got striped shirt that you can get from Daisy Look. And she's got short blonde hair.
Queen, you want to share coffee?
You're so sweet. Can you go in?
No.
What's going on? What? No, tell me, explain.
Okay, you like black, right?
I like to know there are any restrictions.
Okay. I'm not allowed in. Hi, superhero. How's it going?
Okay, don't. Okay, you're gonna stay out here.
I'm gonna wear a disguise. Daisy, you're not Daisy, the Venice Healer. It's not Daisy. It's her sister. I'm Daisy's twin. I'm Esmeralda. Oh, it's with oat milk, right? I'm not Daisy though. I'm Esmeralda. I'm her twin. Who's Daisy? I don't know who that
We'll
is.
do this in like half an hour. We'll do this. I'll come and get you because I miss you and that's not
Sure.
nothing's
Oh.
fair. So I'll come back and get
I
you.
know.
Okay. Yeah.
Yay!
She just got back in town. She was looking for me. She's a Christian. And she skateboards too, Daisy. Look, she got daisy flowers on her skateboard.
I'm filming. Are you okay with the film?
No.
Okay, I
We're
won't.
doing this thing. We're waiting because she wanted to.
Good to see you. How you been?
Oh yeah. And we should wait a minute and find out because they gotta stop restricting her.
Where are you going?
Work.
Love you, babe.
Come here, get my new number.
I have it.
No, I have another one. But it's permanent.
Don't film me. Don't film me.
I won't, my queen.
I don't believe you. I know you.
I'm not filming. Okay, put in the chat.
But you're doing great. Though.
She gets a tickle torture if I filmed. If I didn't film. Okay, I'm just gonna tickle her. A tickle torture. She's too lovable. Hey, superhero.
Oh, nice number.
Love you, babe.
Love you, queen. Come back. You smell good. Come back. Get that queen. Don't grab that queen. Love you, goddess.
Love you too. And in the house, gotta go clean house. Get it all positive energy. Bye.
They said okay, you want to know why I can't go in Starbucks? I got a coffee. I'm supposed to be sharing my coffee. Love you guys. Mama Bear, take care of my friend. Mama Bear, you want this cigarette? Well, look. They accidentally lit the wrong place,
Oh shoot.
but you
Dummy.
could just cut it off.
Yeah.
It's a full cigarette.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. So that's called a treasure. And I don't smoke. I'm sober from drugs and alcohol. Alright, cool. So the thing with the coffee is sometimes I already get my coffee and then the community keeps buying me a coffee. And then actually it's never a problem because then I just give it away. Alright, this is the hut. See, little doorway here. So cute. Get in there. Look at that. Cool, huh? That's the temple. Okay. Alright. Nice, huh? And it's warm. Ooh. Not warm outside. Like, you know when you get somewhere warm finally and then you could shiver? Alright, so we're gonna go back to Chris. It's not taking. Alright, you guys. Let me fix this first and then we'll get started with the process work, okay? So, if my process work helps you, then great. If you just want to learn about my story, then great. But this is what I consider process work. And process work will just it'll flow. Sometimes if you plan it too much, then you don't get to address what really wants to come up. The way I would do process work is I allow it to come up. Playing and pretending is really, really healing. Yesterday I pretended to call my dad. And in my heart I called him. And I had a conversation. And it was beautiful. And I loved it. There it is. Anyways, this is Dylan's dad. No one will help me. No one will help me see my kids. My son Chris, I think it was really hard for him. And because of the environment they were in, they went with this family up in Simi Valley. And it was a mom and a dad and a daughter, and the daughter was 12, and my boys were 8 and 10. And just normal kid stuff, I think the hardest thing is I know that my kids would get screamed at and they would get hit and stuff would happen to them. My oldest would tell me, but my middle one doesn't tell me anything. And with abuse, when abuse is happening, you're never supposed to talk about it. So I kept getting in trouble with my oldest son because he's getting abused, and then I would talk about it. And then my oldest son would not want to tell me about it again because I broke his trust. And I know it was really hard for my oldest son. When kids, whoa, you guys are really gonna power wash right now? Right here, you know the power wash? You know that this doesn't just stop, right? They're choosing to power wash. It's gonna be for a long time. So oh, they're gonna tell me I can't have the tent. Let's go talk to them. They're gonna say no. I know. I just pulled. Okay, I'll make a deal with you. I gonna tickle you? Okay, I'll chase you. You chase me. Okay, goddess. I'm gonna take it down. But hey, goddess, I am hiding from John the bully.
Okay.
Can you guys please escort me today? Call McAdams and tell her I need a police detail. I know, I heard she had a party on the 27th and no one told me where. Ask for a police detail. Tell Master Sergeant Paul that Daisy the Venice Healer requested
I will
you as a detail.
Okay,
And
requested it for now. Take the picture.
and Littman and the superhero.
Okay.
Alright, I'll take it down. Love you, goddess. I don't want to take it down. She means that you can't have it like this. So we're just gonna do this and open it. We're just gonna open it up. Watch. This is what's so cool about this thing. I can just snap it. See, now it's still pretty. But it's open. That's what they want. Beautiful. No, they can't really come in. Hey, dragon. Should I show Dragon the post I made of him? Check this out. Look, dragon.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Huh?
I was post that.
I posted it too. Pretty funny, huh? Uh-huh. Cool. Oh, I like it in here. It's so nice. Oh, hey, bailiff. I can't hang out right now. The bailiff. Okay, cool. So my boys were in a foster family, and during COVID, my mom had just gotten my kids. I gave her $10,000 to come out to California because she would not leave Florida, and my kids were in foster homes for over a year and a half actually at this point. And when you have money, you just keep getting money, right? So I believe that I had money from, I got like another 40,000 or something like that. And I used that money, 10,000 of it, to give to my mom to get her to get my kids. So she had to go to court, and that took months and months and months. She didn't get my daughter. She said that it was past her capacity, and I believe that she did it because she cares about my daughter, and she cares about my boys. Oh, I'm glad to see you. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to see you, Rev. Hey, will you hang out in the area? I'm live streaming. I'm going to interview you in 1 sec. Okay. So, I believe that my mom made the decision not to take my daughter because she would have, she came out for money, I think. My second son, I was getting $14,000 a month in child support. $13,800 to be exact. When I lost my kids, I lost my child support. But because my son's dad committed suicide, there's money from his estate and Social Security that he paid into that goes to my son or the caregiver who has my son. So my mom, there was money interest, but I also believe that my mom chose not to take my daughter, because my mom would have gotten paid if she took out my daughter too, because they get paid more for each kid. I think she didn't take my daughter because she cares about my daughter, and she wanted my daughter to have the best experience she could, and she felt that she was not able to meet my daughter's needs, as well as the people who already had my daughter, who already had a child that is just 1 year older than my daughter, who is a toddler. My daughter was 3 at the time my mom came out. So my mom was not wanting to take my daughter out of the situation she was in. My daughter was really in love with the family, and still in love with the family. I have no doubt, even though I'm being alienated, I have no doubt that my mom cares about my daughter and loves my daughter, and didn't take my daughter because she felt that my daughter would thrive more where she was. And my mom's a lot like me in a lot of ways. I love my mom very much. She's a lot like me, and we're a work in progress. And my mom is very sensitive like I am. She cares a lot. And I believe if she had the capacity and the energy and, it's a lot to deal with boys and their schedule and a little girl and a different age group at that. It's like completely different. It really hurt me that my kids got separated. Really hurt me. Really, really hurt me. I know why the decisions were made that they were made. It really hurt me. I know it hurt my boys. I know it hurts my daughter. I know it hurts my kids. It means that we have more to love. It means that now I have Nico and Pavlina Flores as my squad. Okay? They are part of the mom and dad squad of the caregivers that parent my kids. I have their back, and I'm a big supporter of them. And I'm gonna do whatever I can do to win, not to win them, but to win their trust. Not win them, but to give them the reassurance they need in order to trust. I cannot imagine why I'm being alienated from my kids, why I'm not even being allowed to visit my kids, and what I'm being told is, oh, it's up to the foster family, and they said no, and oh, I can only speak for the boys. This is from my mom, and the boys don't want to see you. I believe that this is because my mom has had my boys stay up multiple nights, just like she had me stay up, because part of my family is outcasting. Like, you'll get kicked out or sent away. My mom was sent to boarding school. My brother and my sister were sent to boarding school. I was sent away when I was 5 years old. You all get sent away when you're in my family, and my boys have stayed up multiple nights, worried, devastated, scared, shocked, up all night because they believe that they are going to go to a group home. That my mom's been suicidal too. This was, it's like very volatile, chaotic environment. I don't like parental alienation, because instead of someone like that getting help and support and love, because my mom actually has a lot of great qualities and talents. She's a very vivacious, amazing personality, incredible charisma and intelligence. She is capable of so many things. Like, she's a great cook. She's not as neat as me. Like, I'm very neat. She's a messy. So we go well together. She's got a lot of gifts that complement mine. And my mom should not be doing it alone with my kids. That's not how this works. That is so much scarcity to put one person with you. No. And that environment for my kids, it's like really toxic. To feel whatever you're feeling and be like, I don't want to see this person who loves them so much. I love my kids so much. And I can only imagine after being ridden hard through the system, because they only just got out of the system, it was like right before COVID. So 2020, it was like 5 years ago. So for almost 2 years, my kids were in the system. And my daughter never got out of the system. She got adopted. I don't know anyone who worships better than a mom worshiping her kids. Every single species. I don't know anyone that worships more than a mom. You look at a mom, the way she worships, it's like if there's one little spot on her baby, it's like, oh, all the babies, right? Like this, it doesn't matter what kind of mom. There's a cat the cat could have 20 kittens. If one of the kittens is missing, she will not stop. All 20 kittens must be right. Can you imagine? the way mom is worshipped, and to withhold that love from my children. That hurts. Because I have a lot of it too. And my kids need me. They need someone who's gonna advocate for them and love them and support them. And those caregivers and my mom, they need me too. They need someone who's gonna support them, advocate for them, help them carry some of the load, support and empower our kids together. Because I don't believe in scarcity. I don't believe in like, I'm gonna go take my kids back. I'm gonna go take my kids away from people who they love. Like, no. I believe like, what's on? Could you not come up on me? Talk to the guys and they'll tell you. Talk to the guys if you need something. You need to give me some space. Go ask one of the guys. You're on camera right now, by the way, so I don't want to film you. I need you to give me some space, please. Thank you. Hey, Dragon, can you help me? Hey, superhero. How's it going? Good to see you. Dragon. Dragon.
Yeah.
That guy just came up on me. And then he started cussing at me. I had to ask him like 5 times and he says, no, that guy that was just walking away down the hill. Could you just let everyone know to give me some space? You know, they should already know you don't come up on a woman like that, but when you help them out, because you're the one that has to gain. All the girls are friends with you. They don't know any better. Help them out. Thank you. Love you. I love you. Do you want some coffee?
Yes, I would love some coffee.
All right, hold on one sec.
I was wondering if you're going to be here quite most of the morning, minute hours or whatever. Because I need someone to watch my stuff, find my bag I'm going to carry, so I can go get my money and come back.
Here.
Hey, Dragon, let me show you.
Dragon, here. Take it. I don't want to hold this all day.
Yeah, so they can
Daisy, let me show you something. I just got out of Starbucks.
What?
Just let me.
Oh, you got me a cappuccino.
I did something else. Look, that's it.
What?
Just let me show you the presentation, okay?
Yay!
Hold on. Now, if I was King's butler, I managed to, in my ornament purpose, to put oatmeal and still coffee, still hot.
Cappuccino.
Now, in my haste, I can split half of this coffee, but I also have another. I took a proportion that was over, which I requested they didn't do. I said have more coffee.
Yeah.
Still have a hot stop, give cup. I'm fully sequestered.
Yeah.
2 cups up. I got a duck.
Will you guys download and clip this? Don't bother subscribing. You can if you want it, but they're just gonna take it down. They're gonna take all my content down. It's way too exclusive. So download it, repost it, organize it, title it, and then make it your own. Flip it.
All right. I got mine. You got yours.
Love you, superhero. So amazing.
God.
Hey, can I have an empty cup or you got an extra one?
You got cup ready?
Yeah, can I have that venti empty?
Who wants an empty cup? Our cup is full.
You know who's in here. Yeah, you do. Hey, Kane. You know who's in here. Hi, superhero.
Who's in there? then. I don't never see.
Ah!
I don't never see him here.
Hi, superhero. Good to see you. How's it going?
I'm good. Just some healing with your energy around me. That's all.
Hi, superhero.
I told her to put your middle witness protection on.
You know that?
Yeah,
What?
I put the guns on everything that comes at you, though.
Yep.
I needed your energy. You're nervous.
Hey, we gotta take you to the family computer and antibiotics.
What? No, I'm healed. That's healed. Believe it or not, I know I look horrible, Mom. I'm
You
so
gotta go wash
sorry.
your hands. Go wash your
They're
hands.
washed. I just barely.
You
Mom.
good? Okay. Alright.
Come on, Mimi. I wouldn't come over here and touch on you if I wasn't.
Well, it's not that. It's. I want to make sure you're keeping those.
No,
clean.
I'm clean, Mom.
All right.
I wouldn't come over here and even talk to
All
you
right,
if
all
I
right.
wasn't. You know that. I would stay outside. I've never done this. I've never hugged on you.
Why not?
Because I'm never clean. Until now. Right now I'm clean, Mom. Okay?
I love you, superhero.
I love you too,
Hey,
Mommy.
let's
That's
go
why
to
I've never
school.
done this.
Hey,
That, I
let's go
swear to God.
Let's go to the school.
Where?
Let's go to the school.
Cool.
Yeah, I've been speaking at the elementary school.
You need to go to sleep, Mommy.
What?
You need to go to sleep.
No.
Oh, what are you talking about? Going to sleep for?
No, go to school.
Oh.
Hey, Rev.
I
Or
swear
hey,
to
David,
God.
come say hi.
You said you've been
Here, sit down, hang out.
You've been sleeping at what?
Sit down, hang out. I said, let's go speak at the school.
Oh, I thought you said I've been speaking at the school. You just
No.
said I've been speaking at the school.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm deaf as hell. No, seriously, I've taken a lot of hits to my head. No, I'm dead ass serious.
Hey, do you want to go to speak at the school?
I mean, I wasn't very good in school, but I mean, I can
Yeah,
pretend.
let's go to the school.
I
Okay,
do
good.
love school, though. I am a teacher.
What
by
are you
the way.
doing this morning?
Oh, I have so much that I'm so
Okay, all we gotta do is go 2 blocks down Brook.
Listen, do you know the last time I seen you, I was holding my shoulders shut because it just got stabbed in a jump. I got jumped by a lot of people.
Who stabbed you?
Yeah, and I got stabbed.
Who stabbed you?
I don't talk niggas. I don't do that.
Huh?
I don't call the police. As a matter of fact, that day that you saw me,
I'm not asking you to snitch.
No, I know.
Do I know
I'm
who
just,
stabbed
I'm
you?
just saying that I literally was running.
Okay, do I know who stabbed you?
Probably, I don't know. Yeah, they hang out. But it doesn't matter. I didn't even recognize him at first. So, I'm not even sure if I have the right. So don't even quote me on anything I say because what do you say? Don't hold me in court. Like, don't take me to Judge Judy or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
You know, there's another guy out
You're
here.
just live. You're live
was-
right now, so
I am
I'm
live.
saying this.
There was another guy out here who was knife happy, and he used to take his knife out all the time.
Yeah.
And then he was real. Then I don't know what happened, but he stopped taking his knife out for some reason. He started to get really violent then, and eventually
Yeah, I know.
he ended up really hurt. He killed the guy, and I don't like violence.
Yeah, I don't either, you know, but
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you have to fight fire with fire. You don't cause violence whenever it's fire on you. If you are being faced with some fire, that's why I say I'm a teacher. I mean, I wasn't good in
What
school,
if you
but
fight
I'm a
fire with
teacher.
love?
But, well, you see, that is part of love, though. See, there is no war, there is no war without love being involved. And there's no war being fought without passion. See,
See,
passion.
Venice is a dangerous place unless you're loving.
Yeah, right. This is a lovely place. No, don't get it wrong. I'm not down in this place at
They
all.
chased you. Why
This
they
is
chased
my
you?
love. This is
Why
my
they
first love.
why they chasing you?
Huh?
Why they chasing you?
Why were they chasing me?
Yeah.
No, they weren't chasing me. I was right here. Literally, it was around 10 or 11 in the afternoon. Or I
What?
mean, not afternoon. My bad. Before noon.
Why you stab you?
Where?
On your arm. Why?
On my shoulder. Probably to get that Louis bag that I have.
He wanted your Louis bag?
I don't know. Well, it was cut. My Louis bag got stabbed too. That's probably what saved me, really, from having a really, really bad episode. To where, because I'm just tool man to tailor.
You gotta tell the community when that happens so that we could go talk to them.
What are you talking about?
I think we should go talk to this person.
I don't need to talk to them. They need to just pay me money like it's a
No
money
pay
thing.
money.
What?
We need to say like, hey,
No,
listen.
anytime you get assaulted, the state automatically has a fund for you to get money.
Okay, listen. The new way is healing and integration. So we talk to the person.
I understand, baby girl. I'm not trying to fight you.
Super here, listen. We gotta tell them it's if you get mad, you don't gotta stab anyone. All you gotta do is just tell someone how you feel and what you need.
I love you.
So we gotta tell them that.
Sweetheart, you know that?
Yeah,
You know you really are sweet, though.
you are too. But listen, we gotta
No,
go
no,
tell.
no. I do it.
Listen, you don't gotta tell me about me. Are you
I'm not
hearing
very
what I
great.
said?
You're very great. I'm not very great
Can
at all.
you gotta give me a little more space.
What are you talking about?
You gotta give me more than a foot.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just talk to me
just
regular.
Did my breath.
Just sit down, sit on your butt.
I'm about to dip though.
Okay,
I
all
gotta
right,
go,
bye.
Mom.
Are you making me uncomfortable then? Go, I
All
love
right, I would. Yeah, I'm sure. Don't ever want to do that. Like
Okay.
I'm dead.
I know,
ass
but you
serious.
know I'm kind
That's
of
why
a
I never stay around
nitpicky.
that
I'm like a
long.
cat. I love you. Do stay around. I like when you guys hang
No,
out.
I'm not trying to make
And give me
anything
space.
fucking uncomfortable. That's why I never do.
You don't make me uncomfortable. I love
What?
you. Come back later. I love you.
I mean, I'm always gonna be coming through the town. Like, I'm gonna go do a couple things, but I'll stop by.
All right, I love you. See you soon, Kane. Okay, so I wanted to know, like, what's happening and why are people stabbing each other, so that we can figure out like what's up, and then try to find something else to do. So instead of stabbing each other, we can identify what the need is and just talk about that need. And a lot of times if we get to the point where we're stabbing someone, it's a need for understanding, or a need for respect, or a need for consideration, or a need for acknowledgement, or a need for harmony. There's like a need for ease, a need for reprieve. There's like a really important need that's up. Otherwise, we wouldn't be acting out. So it's not like go tell the cops or do nothing or get paid. It's let's go talk to that person. Let's find out what's going on for them. And if something happens, something horrible, isn't that person tied to you forever? If somebody murders somebody, what if part of the healing and integration is being in living amends? And when you're in living amends, you love that family that you impacted, and you took a life from them, from the tribe, because we don't do nuclear family, but the tribe has lost someone. Maybe you took someone from your tribe, it was another tribe. Well, that is a rupture, so there must be repair work. Punishing and rewarding does not help us, because that will only make us give coercively because of fear of punishment or promise of a reward. And we do not want to give coercively. We want the person to give naturally, because they have integrated new ways. If we punish the person, put them away in jail, they will never learn, and their children will never learn, and our world will never learn because we are part of a group conscious mind. So we must see everyone as part of the mind that creates our reality. So if everyone is part of the mind that creates our reality, we don't want any minds part of the reality that are suffering. We don't want too many minds part of the reality that are really violent and outraged, and we do not want subjectivities and minds part of the reality that are living under fear or living under stress or duress or living under scarcity or living with chaos, because any being who is living that way creates the collective consciousness with us, and then that is the reality that we're in. So when we think that it's better off to punish others, it is not. Because if that person learns to integrate new life-affirming strategies to meet their needs, and their mind is changed and they have new neural pathways to replace the old neural pathways, now they've tried these other ways. So now we know that they have an immunity against, violence or suicide or violence or harming ourselves or harming others. How about that? Harming ourselves and harming others. And when we learn not to harm, then now we have an immunity. Or how about like when we learn that our food is medicine and that everything that we eat becomes our body. And once we integrate this again, we would never have like refined sugar or gluten or things that we know are going to make our joints hurt and inhibit us and cause us discomfort and pain. We're not going to drink things that are not hydrating and not life affirming. And when we do eat something that we know or drink something that we know is not in alignment with what we want, we just affirm and we love ourselves and we affirm that we know that everything we do is more life enriching and more healing. Gradually more and more. We don't shame ourselves and say like, oh, what I'm eating right now is like, I'm so this or so that, or I'm cheating or I'm this. Or, like, no. You are gradually more and more loving and life enriching and healing. Always making gradually better, more enjoyable, wonderful choices that lead to even more powerful and empowering experiences. And that way you could love yourself up no matter what. The other day I ate a gumdrop and I thought, I don't eat these gumdrops anymore. And I'm looking at the gumdrops, I'm like, I have 3 more gumdrops. Like, why did I take all these gumdrops? And I put another in my mouth. I started chewing. I thought, I just told myself I don't want to eat these gumdrops. Here I am, chewing a gumdrop. You know what I did? Spit the gumdrop out of my mouth. I didn't want to throw away the other gumdrops. I threw them away. I was like, this stuff's like cocaine. Get it out of here. This just, I don't want it. I want stuff that's life affirming, life enriching. That is what I want. And sugar goes to the neural receptors in the brain that are the same as cocaine. So it's a drug. And many children are addicted to sugar, refined sugar. Sugars occurring naturally are delicious and typically packed with tons of nutrients. Like berries are considered superfoods. They have so many nutrients. Most fruits, so many nutrients and so much power. And when we eat the sweetness, it's telling us like, oh, this is so good for you. Yes. And if we have the refined sugar, we're just tricking our body. We're like, oh, you are getting something so good. Like, you did a good job. You found a really delicious treat that's going to be so amazing for you. And we just trick our bodies. So our body is like, give me more. and you just keep eating it, probably the same gazanga you've been eating, and it's not that good, and your body's like, hey, not a trash can here, like, doesn't know where to store it, so it does what it does most efficiently as it can, which is release the toxins and fillers and dead cells of whatever food we're trying to eat. So even if we've killed an animal, the cells in its body continue to live on. And once those cells decay, then the meat is gone. You don't want to eat it. It's rancid. So now it's for like flies and stuff. No, thank you. I'm good. Super here. Just give me some space, please. I'm on an important live stream. I want to be left alone right now. Thank you. So when we're eating things that are filled with fillers and filled with sugar or salt, it gives us all this taste, so we think we're getting something really good for our body, when in fact, if the meat and the cells in the meat are dead, and that means it's rancid, that means you can no longer eat it. So if you can no longer eat it, then that means that when you process it and you kill it and then you create it so like you could eat it but not get sick, it doesn't mean that like it's still food and you can eat it. Like when that animal dies and begins to decay and the cells die, then it is no longer food. So processing that meat a certain way and adding like tons of salt to it and turning it into beef jerky, or doing like, if you freeze the cells, they are still alive when you thaw them out. If you refrigerate the meat, you keep it fresh, the cells are still alive when you eat the meat, right? But if it's processed, and when we cook meat, the cells are no longer alive. And I do not like to eat raw meat unless it's wild seafood, and I do not eat any meat unless it is game meat. And I recently found out that even game meat is farmed, which means that the babies don't get to know the love of a mother, and everyone's separated and living under stress. And I don't want to eat food that's been living under horrors, but I also want to eat living food. And it's not just important to eat living food, it's also important to eat food that comes from the area where you breathe the air, where you step on the ground, where you are going to be exposed to everything outside and everything in the air and everything in the ground and everything in the water, where you are going to be exposed to it, and you are sharing information, which means you're drinking the water, you're eating from the soil, you're eating from the sky, you're eating from the water, you're eating from all over, and then you're giving back. You're sharing information, you're composting, or maybe you're like digging a hole 6 to 12 inches and going to the bathroom, or maybe we have compost toilets everywhere, but we're taking our poop and pee, which is now healthy for the earth. It's not processed foods moving through us and toxins. It is healthy, healing, living, or forget organic, wild food. And this food has gone through our microbiome, and it is the creatures and mystical beings who live in our gut, the microbiome that lives there. It eats our living food and then makes a secretion that our body can absorb. So it's not even us that eats our food, it's our microbiome. And then it creates a beautiful gift. It's a bowel movement, and it is a lubrication for the earth every time we pee and sprinkle everywhere. And it also is encoded with tons of our information. We're feeding it is a nutritious symbiosis for us and the plants. And because we're higher beings, like we don't want to have poop and pee everywhere. That kind of grosses us out. So we do composting. And I walked by it the other day. Humans had like these bags of compost, and I could smell it. And I'm like, like poop and pee, it's just a natural part of life. But the thing with when you buy the compost is you're really just getting the poop mostly. You're not getting the animals pee, and you're not getting the hoofs, and you're not getting the way that they eat the grass, and you're not getting the poop and pee from this land. You're getting it from somewhere else, and there's so many things that we're missing. You know, it's not enough to just go and eat something that's processed and that used to be food. It's also not enough to just go eat food that someone else made. We are meant to be deeply connected with our food. We are meant to emerge together and be born with our food, and then be there when our food is born, and our food is there when we die, and we're there when our food dies. And this means that we're part of an ecosystem that includes all members of all sizes and all species, from the teeny tiny microscopic subatomic level to the superorganism big mama earth that we're living on. Drink. Yay. Oh, Papa PMD, me and my wife meet her, and she's a wonderful person. I got her a cup of coffee from Starbucks. She appreciated it. I did. Superheroes, I love you so much. I just love when you guys come see me. Come see me. I bet I offered to show you guys how to do flow strokes, and you guys said no. I think I remember you guys. Are you the chiropractor? Anyways, this amazing couple. I've had a bunch of amazing couples and families and friends come and visit me, which is great. My hair's so fluffified. Humans, we're going to be leaving in about an hour to free the animals from the LA Zoo. We have 147 people signed up. That is more than enough, and many more will come. The friends at the LA Zoo are waiting for us. They can't wait. They're tired of watching our animal friends suffer. And they are sick and tired of being bored at work all day. Our friends at the LA Zoo really are excited for us to free the animals. So if you guys want to come, we're leaving from right here at Breeze Avenue. We're going to go to the LA Zoo and free the animals. And we're going to bring them here, right here to Venice Beach. Just like I said, just like I've been saying for years. I told you to help me, help us, and we did. We did it for us. We did it ourselves, yo. I'm so proud of us. I love us so much. That's why I created her, Daisy the Venice Healer. She's always been meant to heal us and restore us and renew us and show us that we are free. We are liberated, and we are only free when we are together, when we are freed and all species are with us. I can't wait. By this time tomorrow, we will have herds of elephants and giraffes. They will populate this area fast. Grizzly bears and otters and beavers and muskrats and cute little mice will return. We will exchange all of the rat traps for homes that we make for all different creatures, not just human homes, but everyone will have a nook or cranny of their own. And together, we will make tribe. We will create troops and flocks and squads. And the humans will be the gods. We will not reign over nature, extracting and forcing and controlling. We will be gods and goddesses, the way we were meant to be, benevolent, loving, and caring. So, let us go. We're gonna go to the LA Zoo in about an hour, yo. I can't wait. So don't forget, we're gonna leave about an hour. So if you're not here, we're gonna go without you. That's what's up. Are you guys coming to the LA Zoo with me? We're gonna free the animals. I don't want humans to think that they're gonna have to be alone like this anymore. I want you guys to see something what happens when we do monospeciesism, okay? It's pretty serious. It's a 6-minute video. We're gonna watch it together. It is called do 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 Universe 25 experiment. It is so scary. Wait till you see it. I know you will.
Cannibalism, asexuality, and violence. A society that had collapsed. What's going on here? In 1972, John B. Calhoun detailed the specifications of a utopia designed for mice, built in the laboratory. Every aspect of Universe 25, as this particular model was called, was designed to cater for the well-being of its rodent residents, increase their lifespan, and allow them to mate. There was abundant food, water, and nesting material. The universe was cleaned regularly. There were no predators, the temperature stable. Paradise. Or maybe not. 4 pairs of disease-free mice selected from the National Institute of Health's elite breeding colony moved in on day 1. It took months for the rodents to familiarize themselves with their new world. Then they started to reproduce, and the population increased exponentially, doubling every 55 days. Those were the good times in paradise. Past day 315, more than 600 mice now lived in Universe 25, rubbing shoulders on their way up and down the stairwells to eat, drink, and sleep. Population growth slowed. Young ones found themselves born into a world with far more mice than meaningful social roles. Males faced a lot of competitors to defend their territory against. Many found that so stressful they gave up. Normal discourse within the community broke down, and with it the ability of mice to form social bonds. Lone females retreated to isolated nesting boxes on penthouse levels. Other males, a group Calhoun termed the beautiful ones, never sought sex and never fought. They just ate, slept, and groomed, wrapped in narcissistic introspection. Elsewhere, cannibalism, asexuality, and violence became endemic. Mouse society had collapsed. On day 560, the population peaked at 2,200 mice. A few mice survived past weaning until day 600, after which there were few pregnancies and no surviving young. As the population had stopped regenerating itself, its path to extinction was clear. The mice had lost the capacity to rebuild their numbers. Many that could still conceive, such as the beautiful ones and their secluded singleton female counterparts, had lost the social ability to do so. On day 920 was the last conception. The last mouse died on May 23, 1973, 4 years and 10 months after colonization. Calhoun later said that the creatures had died 2 deaths. The first was that of their spirit and their society. The second death was that of their physical body. It was not the first time the ethologist had built a world for rodents. Calhoun had been creating utopian environments for rats and mice since the 1940s, with consistent results. Overpopulation leads to explosive violence and hypersexual activity, followed by asexuality, self-destruction, and extinction. In his widely cited paper, Population Density and Social Pathology, Calhoun concluded, no matter how sophisticated we are, once the number of individuals capable of filling social roles greatly exceeds the number of such roles, only violence and disruption can follow. He then referred to a phenomenon he called behavioral sink. Behavioral sink is our desire to be in the presence of others, to be conditioned to seek to be near others, and to be drawn to the crowd, in spite of the conflicts that this can generate. Drawing from Calhoun's popular research, social scientists started to call for restrictions on reproduction as the only possible response to the world's rising population. Calhoun himself was more optimistic about our future. He argued, as our physical space declines, we are forced to extend a conceptual space, our network of ideas and technologies. Later in his career, he turned to possible solutions and began to build creative universes that minimize the ill effects of overcrowding. What are your thoughts? Is overcrowding a danger for mankind, or does it only affect rodents?
It's funny
And if
how
so, what can save the humans?
it's funny how they talk about overcrowding. I guess it depends on who.
Have you heard about Universe 25, possibly the scariest experiment ever? In the 1960s, John B. Calhoun wanted to see what happens to a society with too much abundance. He placed 4 pairs of mice in an enclosure with space and food for 5,000 mice, creating a mouse utopia. Initially, the mice thrived, and the population soared from 8 to 620 in just 145 days. But soon, problems emerged. Mice formed social groups, and those who couldn't fit in withdrew and clustered in the center. Social order broke down, leading to violence and cannibalism. Mothers abandoned their young, and most mice stopped reproducing. Birth rates fell, and infant mortality rose sharply. Eventually, the society collapsed despite the abundance. Universe 25 shows how even perfect conditions can lead to societal breakdown due to social and psychological factors. So what do you think this experiment says about human societies? Have you heard about Universe 25, possibly the scariest experiment ever? In the 1960s.
Okay, so what does that mean? Some people think it means too much abundance. I heard before in the video, they thought it meant overcrowding. So what it means to me is when we're living out of our nature. And it's not one of those things. It's not overcrowding or abundance or too much this or too much. It's when we are living out of balance. What are our universal needs? And if we put our attention on our universal needs, many of our universal needs we will see are not being met. And if you look at the rainforest, that is a overcrowded place. If you go to the coral reefs in the ocean, that is an overcrowded place where everyone's shoulder to shoulder. These are harmonious environments and everyone is in sync and no one is fighting and there is not chaos and the infant centile is not up to 98%. And so it's not overcrowding. It's not too much abundance because there's too much abundance in nature. Like, have you ever had a fruit tree in your backyard? Fruit trees are a nuisance because they are made to create so much fruit that no one can eat all the fruit. It's just like falling to the ground because there's so much. And the nature is for it to be crowded and abundant and everyone's meant to get along. So to me, this is not what the Universe 25 experiment means. What the Universe 25 experiment means is we're out of balance. We need grazing to have balance. We need love and care and unconditional belonging and trust and flow and choice and autonomy. And when you put everyone in a prison, now we don't have as much choices. Now we don't have freedom. Now we don't have nature. Now think of all the needs that are not getting met if you're a mouse in a cage. You can't go outside to a watering hole. A watering hole is one of our basic needs. And if you just have a little thing where you could drink water, it's not a watering hole. And all of us need watering holes, like a body of water we can actually go into if we want, of all different temperatures. And all animals need this. We think that animals don't like to go in the water. They all like to go in the water. Hey, superhero, how's it going? Christopher Lee's here. So these are our universal needs. The mice were acting out because of their universal needs. And they do act just like us. Like, remember the beautiful ones? And they lose interest in society because it's too hard. And then the aggressive ones. And doesn't it sound like us? It sounds like humanity. Good news is the solution is not more domination. The solution is not more control. The solution is not more force. That's the good news. The solution is less force and less domination and less control. What is the biggest component of the Universe 25 experiment? The biggest component of the Universe 25 experiment is the cage. And there's the mice in the cage, right? That is the experiment. If you get rid of the cage, then all you have left is the mice. And now the mice, you really think that they're just gonna stay in that environment? Of course not. They're gonna get out of that environment. As soon as you give them a way to get out of that environment, they're gonna get out of that environment. So now you took away the cage. Now all of a sudden they could go do whatever they want. And I bet you they might even come back and forth and live in that utopia, but because they could come and go whenever they want. Now they're not attacking each other and killing each other, and the men are not just going into the females' burrows and trying to mate with them all the time, even though they don't want to. Doesn't that sound familiar, like our society? And I think the 1980s was when we went through like 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. It's when there was all like the sexual violence and all the movies were like super rapey. Remember that? And then we had the 1990s and the 2000s, and now we're kind of like becoming real introvert and obsessed with ourselves and on social media and kind of like getting away from society because it's so painful. It's almost like we're in the stages of the Universe 25 experiment. So what does that mean? Does that mean that it's annihilation for us and we're going to kill all of our babies and all of our babies are going to end up in the DCFS social system because more and more kids are in the system and more percentage of the kids are not going home, right? Is it just going to be more domination and more force and more control? When are we going to say, hey, get that cage out of here? When are we going to say the jig is up? Domination systems hurt us. And what is the cage? The cage represents a domination system. People going in and out, getting the food for the rats and the mice, getting all the stuff that they need and just having them in there. And that's what domination systems are doing to us, right? They're going and getting our food for us. They're taking our children and teaching our kids. And if we don't give them our kids, we're gonna get in trouble. We're gonna get in trouble if we don't give them our kids. And that's not right, because our kids are meant to learn through experience. Our kids are meant to be with us, regulating our nervous systems all together. I've always believed that. I was homeschooling my kids when they got taken away from me, and I didn't want my kids to have to go through what I went through in school. It was awful. It was traumatizing for me. And anyone who's like, I like school. Well, what about all the times that adults were disrespectful to you? I'm sure you don't focus on that. But what about the way they talk to you? What if I told you as a child, co-worshipping emerges with courting first? And courting means the one with the less power, a female, or if it's age, then the child, or if it's a species, then the non-human has the least power. Whoever has the least power, they get courted by the one with the most power. So that means you got to build trust. You've got to present to yourself that you're going to be able to meet needs. You got to present that you're going to care and consider and be kind and nurturing. Otherwise, you're not going to win over that child or that female. And that is courting. And even if we want to win over a new friend, like there is a certain stage of courting, but when there's a power over dynamic, the one with the most power is the one that does the most amount of courting. And when we are in a school system, no one is courting the children. Everyone is like talking to the child like they don't matter and that what they want doesn't matter. And it's the same with those mice in the Universe 25 experiment. Like, oh, you have a need to go outside and go play and you don't want to be in this cage anymore. Well, even though we get to go home to our families and stuff, like we come here during the day and we're bored all day and we're here with you. So I'm not able to like feel your pain because I'm right here with you experiencing it. And that's how it is. If you're in the dominator role or the perpetrator role, in this case, the person who's imprisoning the mice or imprisoning the humans, if you're in that role, then if you put your spit under your armpits, it's the same as deodorant, I swear to God. Because the cells in your mouth, there's living organisms in your mouth that starts the digestion of your food. Put it in your underarms, and then your body's like learning and healing and talking to itself. So if we are back in our nature feels good for a reason. If we are back in our nature,
And then a 4, and then a 5, and then a 2, and then a 3.
and we just start asking the question, like, what is my nature? And I want to live in my nature, and I want to live in balance. If we're in our nature, we're not going to be aggressive. And if we're in our nature, we're going to want to have consent. Could you imagine having little babies that you separate from the mom the way that they do in the farms? And the reason they do that is what I showed you with the Universe 25 experiment. They see that they become violent. And farmers know that too. You could Google it. There's a reason they separate the babies, and they've got all kinds of like, oh, it's to keep them safe. And whenever we do something to keep someone safe and we're withholding the needs, and then we tell them, oh, we're withholding your needs because we want to keep you safe, like, don't believe it. That's a sellout. And you don't want that. You don't want to live in that kind of a world, because in that kind of a world, we're not thriving in the name of safety. And we are meant to thrive, and we're meant to be brave. And if things are not safe, then we are brave and we stay in the game until it is safe. We don't say, oh, don't do anything because it's not safe. That's called a freeze response. We don't want to have a freeze response anymore. It's time that we awaken, and it's time that we rise. We're the superheroes. We're the chain breakers. We're the ones that chose to come here during this time to awaken Earth, and it's do or die right now. It's not like when things get bad enough, we will stop. That's not true. Like, things have already gotten bad enough, and we still haven't stopped. And we knew since we were a kid, like, things are really bad. It's time that we don't say, like, someone else will do it. We are the ones who do it. And how do we do it? We do it by coming together. We do it by gardening. And I forgot to tell you guys, when we bring the animals from the LA Zoo here, there's gonna be gardens everywhere. We're gonna have a big canopy. That's what it's called when the trees are up above. So cute. You see the little doggy? So cute. There's gonna be gardens everywhere. My mom could basically garden this whole beach by herself. So she's gonna bring a couple of her friends that are grandmas too. They're called the garden grandma goddesses. They are gonna garden this beach, yo. And the animals will graze, and we will graze too. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be so incredible. I went through what I went through with my kids, so I would create Daisy the Venice Healer, and she would awaken us, and she would unite us, and she would make the 5 steps of global liberation. Chris says she's talking about being natural while making herself gorgeous with makeup. I'm not telling anyone not to put on makeup. I love makeup. When our brain compares and judges and analyzes, then that is not relational. I love putting makeup on. It's a form of self-worship. And everything I put on is loving and healing. This is tinted moisturizer, SPF 50, and it has anti-aging hydrating serum. Yeah. Yes. Whew, it's cold, you guys. I want to be in conversation with you guys. Jenna Fanana, do you want to live stream? Superheroes! Superheroes! It is time! I am going to kidnap all of the city super squad. You guys are gonna get tickle tortured. Hey, superhero. I'm coming over right now. I got the whole squad. They're gonna help me. And I'm gonna get you. Hey.
What's up, friend?
I'm gonna get the city workers. Super squad.
How you
Get
been?
'em!
How you been? Good. I had to take care of some warrants I had, so I was in jail for 6 months. Yeah.
That's why you got chubby. Tell Diana I kidnapped you. I'm taking this superhero. Yeah. Never. Call for backup. Call for backup. Call for backup. Get the ambulances. Holy cow. The ambulances. Get the ambulances. And the bicycles. Now I got covered. Come on. Call Diana. Call for backup. Call Ellie. I let in you get your coffee first. It was a revolution. Come see me in Venice. Come see me at my temple. This is the goddess temple. And I get surrounded by the homies so that everyone leaves me alone. And people bring me coffee and love. Everyone's like, I love you, Daisy. Oh, Goddess says she can't live stream until 3:33. All right, let's call all good. Goddess Cammy called. Let's call all good. All good. I miss you so much.
Yeah, I'm on New Mexico.
You're in New Mexico? You're on your way?
I'm on my way.
Ah! Yay. You want to stay with me for a couple days a week?
Sure, you got a place?
Yes. So on the weekends, I usually stay with Big Ben. I'm not in my apartment yet, but I was thinking, why don't you come and stay with me and Big Ben, because he has an extra bedroom, and then I'll be in my place. Like, they're just doing the background check. I'll be in my place any day. But why don't...
I got a place with my friend Matt for like a week, so like, there's no rush.
Okay. Well, I'm going to be, you know where I'm going to be? I'm going to be at Step Up at 2nd in Arizona. Yeah.
And Ben's okay with me staying in his place?
He will be, yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
Yeah, my shit almost fell off the back of my motorcycle.
Dang. That's scary.
It was kinda. I just had to pull over and like fix it.
Well, I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah, it was a little sketchy,
Yeah.
but I retied it.
Well, Do you have all the belts and bungee cords you need?
I could use some new ones, but it should get me to California.
Uh-huh.
Oh yeah. I'm making my move, my way downtown.
When are you gonna be here?
Probably in like 2-3 days.
Ah! I'm so excited.
I know, but one.
You already did a lot of the drive. Aren't you glad? From Florida.
I blazed through that shit, and then I stayed at my friend's house for a long time. So
Yeah, how was Austin?
it was fun.
Yeah.
It was a good time. Yeah. I had a
And
good time with.
I bet your friend loved having you there.
Yeah, it was okay. He's doing better than he was, so that's all you can ask for, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's good. It's good to nurture the relationships we have and visit the people that we love. And I love you very much. And I'm a big supporter, and I'm excited about us living together again. And I think it'll work out. Like, if you can hold off for 6 months once I finish my program. And I already started the program. So in August, I will have my voucher, and then we could get as big of a place as we need.
That would be cool.
Yeah, and you could just pay the difference for your bedroom.
Yeah, that's very nice of you. Thank you.
Uh-huh. And in a year, my son will be 18 in about, a year. So he could be my IHSS eye worker, I was thinking.
Sure.
They get paid like 50 grand a year.
Not bad.
Yeah, to help you out, to help the person. So that's cool.
I am in the middle of a highway on the side of the road, and it is flat. Texas is huge. I kind of am happy to leave it.
Texas is a lot of long roads.
Oh my god, yeah.
Huh?
The longest.
Yeah.
Longest.
But not traffic.
There isn't that much. In Houston, it was ridiculous. It was like worse than Los Angeles. Just imagine like an 8-lane highway with just trucks.
Yeah.
Tons and tons of trucks.
Yeah.
Alright, well, shoot.
Are you gonna let me go?
Yeah, I want to make some time here.
All right, I love you.
Me too, bye.
I can't wait to see you. Bye. Who else should we call, you guys?
Happy Monday. Queen.
Hey, superhero.
If I had a phone, I'd follow your live stream. They don't let me on my phone.
Let's see.
That sucks. 4 iPhones, I can't talk.
Who else should we call?
I used to follow you on YouTube. Venice Healer, blah, blah, blah. I used to follow you. They don't let me anymore. I support positive femininity.
Let's call Mary. See if she answers. Hey, goddess, how's it going?
Oh yeah? Pop mounted. How am I gonna do that?
Yeah, for sure.
Go away, quit staring.
I'll talk to you. Bye.
I'll be going away and quit staring at people.
Hey, thanks, Christopher Lee. He's being annoying. Yay. Christopher Lee in the house. How's it going?
Hey, you are saying, okay, we say
I guess. That stuff we were talking about earlier made me I don't know if be falling.
Oh, what was I saying earlier?
About how kids are just like taught stuff in school that they shouldn't be taught at such a young age and all kinds of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's real.
Mm-hmm.
We're taught hate before we're taught right from wrong. We're taught war before we're taught right from wrong. We're never taught about how to actually get by in life in school. And that's
We're not given empowering lessons.
we're teaching hate.
We're given lessons on how to listen and follow rules and complete assignments that we are given and be graded and measured on our productivity, and then being categorized and labeled and put into groups according to our age, gender, ability, whatever it is. Yeah. And you're able to see that that is not the way, that you believe that we are meant to be all together and diversified and not all the same this or all the same that. And instead of evaluating and using force and control, that we are supposed to relate to each other and ask the other what it is the other wants, instead of controlling and commanding, to attune to and relate to and collaborate with, and not just tell the person and not ask them how they feel about it or what they want. Hey, goddess.
Hey, darling, where you at?
Come to the beach.
Okay, I'm heading to this spot to drop some stuff, and then I'll head that way.
Yay!
Yay! Okay, I'll see
Oh
you
my
soon.
God! Guess what? The homies are here, and I'm gonna wait for you, and we're gonna go to the elementary school to do a speech.
Okay, at what time are we doing that?
I'm gonna wait till you get here, goddess.
Yeah, so I'm coming to the beach just to leave and go somewhere else?
No, the elementary school is at the beach. It's literally It's literally 2 blocks from the spot at Starbucks.
So we're going down there and then coming back?
We could do whatever we want. I say we hang out at the spot, we go do a speech, and then we go to the skate park and learn how to skate the bowls, and I'll go in the bowl with you and learn if you will.
You're right.
Oh, it's so scary. We could do it though. That's how you learn. You fall on your butt and you learn. I say we do it.
I can't even go on a flat surface yet.
Goddess.
I'm definitely not doing the bowl.
You do the flat surface, I'll do the bowl.
Yeah, okay.
Yay.
Right, I'll text you when I'm headed that way.
Okay, can't wait. I'll see you soon. Is Tia coming? Tia's been asking about you.
Oh, sweet. I don't know. I haven't talked to her. I don't talk to her.
She asked me yesterday. She's like, we've been looking for her. People have been asking, where is she? She hasn't been here the past couple days. I thought she was with you. She's not returning my calls. So I would give her a call. Or she's not going anywhere though.
Me, so she's never been able to. She's not been able to call me. So she's not being able to call me. I blocked her when she told me we were done. So I was like, okay, fine.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Okay. If I see her, I'll say hello.
Yeah, she was definitely looking.
I just had 2 days. I just had 2 days out. That was great. It was the first, and I could have 4 days, so I just took 2 days off. You know.
Yay! Yeah, I told her that you were getting some stuff done, and her dog's sick.
Oh, sad.
Yeah, I think the foot's hurt. Like something's going on with the dog, but yeah, she was saying positive things. So I told you that you guys were gonna smooth it over, and you know, we're high needs because we're supposed to give a lot to each other, and
I think a lot of the world is high needs. I would be willing to say about at least 80% of the world is high needs, especially in these times that are so hard, you know.
Yeah. Well, I love it. It warms my heart when you're like, "Where's my tribe? Where's my tribe?" And when you want to get in touch with me and you can't, and it just shows me like, "Ooh, she really cares and I really belong." And so I feel the same way, and I love you.
When I say it in my head, it sounds like this. It's like, "Where's my tribe?"
Oh no, with the way I hear it is like, "Hey, we're meant to be together," and that's how I feel. It's like, yeah, hey, we are supposed to be together, and like I agree. So anyways.
Okay, I'll text you when I head that way.
Next time, try like a telepathic message if I don't get my phone, because I'll get that one.
Okay, so.
All right, love you. Bye.
I'll be trying.
I'll see you soon.
Okay, but I'll try.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
I just sent her a telepathic boop on the nose. Boop. All right, that was Goddess Cami. We should call all the goddesses. It's called Terry.
morning, Sunshine.
Hey, Goddess. How's it going?
Good. I'm at Whole Foods. I gotta work today.
That part.
Yeah. I work late
Okay.
tomorrow, though.
You're off tomorrow?
I know. I just work late. Actually, it's a meeting. I don't have to be there to 6. 6 at night. That's bullshit.
Oh.
So, I came to the other beach looking for y'all, but nobody was out there.
Oh, I didn't go yesterday. I heard it was cold and windy.
It was windy. It wasn't yesterday. I went that you had called me one morning, and I had to work, but I didn't have to work till late. So after I got finished doing what I had to do, I came to the beach.
Yeah.
Maybe around 2. Mm-hmm.
Well, next time just send me a text, and I'll see you soon, Goddess. Have a good day at work, okay?
Okay, dokie. Yes, you too.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, superhero.
We're watching your live right now.
Who is?
We're on your live.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Superhero go, superhero go, 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 superhero go, superhero go, 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 DJ Alex at the spot. Send him my number. What's his number? All right, I'm gonna tell everyone my plan. Where's my mic? Come on. Gotta tell them. Oh. I gotta tell everyone my superhero plan. So, for months and months, I have been doing mock kidnappings with the city super squad, with my amazing charm and tickle torture abilities. I grab and capture and claw and love engulf the city superheroes, and I have not had anywhere to transport them in a long time. Until now. Now I can transport the city superheroes because I have my temple. So, you guys think that you're safe? You are safe. And you're lovable. And being kidnapped is gonna be fun. Now I'm gonna transport you to my temple. Don't make me leave my temple. Get over here now. Come for your kidnap. Alright, that's it. I can't believe you made me get up like this.
Sorry.
Ah! Just run around the tunnel. Okay, come on. I'm taking this superhero first. Get my love lasso. It's my aerial yoga ribbons. Wrap them around the love. Use the love lasso. Get my superhero.
I don't want to be on camera.
Get this. Use my love lasso. Harness it around his biceps and triceratops. Grab his chiseled jaw and pull him by the scruff and massage onto the Get that superhero! Call Diana. Call the boss. Get Diana here. I'm taking that queen. She's too gorgeous and lovely. Get her! Get Andrew! Grab him! Give him a kiss and nod.
Oh, yeah, I want to
And
Oh, yeah, thank you.
get down!
Oh, wow.
Get Brian! I'm getting my yoga ribbon.
I don't fuck with black. I was born on black. I don't fuck with that shit. You only first
I got them all. I kidnapped all 4 of them. Goddesses, I need your help transporting the city superheroes. I've been doing mock kidnappings for months. They're so used to getting kidnapped. It's gonna be really easy. we're gonna bring them all to my temple, and the city workers are gonna get massaged, and we're gonna put them in yoga poses and stretch them and give them tea and delicious treats, and they will not be allowed to leave my temple. They will be my prisoners. Under the duress of tickle torture, I will have goddesses run the perimeter. It will be a love tornado. The goddesses will be topless. Yeah, they'll be topless. So if the tickle torture doesn't work, that will. And the love tornado will create a golden bubble of love. There will be a time warp that will be so long that the National Guard will come. It'll be like a second later, and they'll be like, you guys have been in there for 6 months. We had to send the National Guard. We're going to do the same thing to the National Guard. We're going to tickle, torture, kidnap them, love engulf, turbo Care Bear stare, and love tornado. It's going to be amazing. Come on, goddesses. We're going to need your help. Could you guys think of anything else? So we'll have the city superheroes. Once the city superheroes have been kidnapped, their uniforms will be removed. They will no longer be for sale. They will immediately be freed. And instead of having to sell out, being told that they have to pay for everything that they owe and have bills and such nonsense, they will get to live in a world of lavish abundance that we create. And as the city superheroes, they are already taking care of the grounds. We create the world around us, and we don't need to pay people and create city superheroes. That's why I'm gonna free all the city superheroes. I love you, hunks. I'm gonna grab them and I'm gonna free them. So they're used to getting kidnapped. I can kidnap them whenever I want, and I can transport them to my temple. So that's basically what I do. No one can do anything on the beach if they've all been kidnapped. So at that point, now we've stopped all of the like bulldozing and the superfluous work. Trash will pile up so that we can create a world where we don't create trash piles. And then we're going to create a world instead of filth and toxicity and trash and death and boredom and scarcity and monospeciesism and monocropping. We are going to have a world of life and beauty, and where we can hear water and sense water, that we know there's moving, bathable, drinkable, oxygenated, mineral and nutrient infused from earth water. And we will live in a world where we are delighted to see our kind, because we're so used to seeing so much other life that we don't see our kind that much. So when we see other humans, it's like, ooh, you know, and we're actually gods and goddesses in this world, because we're in a world of co-worshipping. Co-worshipping means that we're all gods, but like I said earlier, the one with the most amount of power does the courting. So the one with the most amount of power takes care of the vulnerable's needs. And we lost our way because instead of courting and taking care of the vulnerable, we've been exploiting and controlling and using power over and controlling the vulnerable. And we don't want that. We don't want that world anymore. 144 minutes. Is that over 2 hours? That's a long time. How do we get rid of trash? So we get rid of trash by creating new ways to meet our needs that includes the value that everything we make is a gift that we give back. That is how we clear up the problem of trash, and we do not have trash anymore, because when we follow this, then it'll be like this. If we create new innovative. So we're creating now we're creating trash that's compostable, that dissolves. But what if we created trash that is not trash at all, but it's a gift that we give back? So instead of it being something that we recycle and it turns back into a new material, what if we don't even have to recycle it at all? What if just the fact that we had it, the next stage will enhance wherever it goes? So I'll give you an example. If it's compostable, so if it's compostable, then it's going back. And if it's compostable, and let's say you have like a cup and it's compostable, well, let's make it compostable to the point where it's going to dissolve in like a week. And there's stuff like that it dissolves really, really quick. And it gets broken down, and it's food to whatever. At that point, it's like, well, then let's have compost bins. And now we're getting rid of trash because we're coming up with new ideas to meet our needs. And domination systems is market economy married to government. When you have a domination system, it's going to create scarcity. So it's going to make it harder to create ways to meet our needs, because everything is based off of merit, not needs. So instead of just putting our attention on meeting the needs and coming up with new ways to meet the needs, we have to put our attention on merit. So now it's about like, well, like how much is it, and is it allowed? And if we're following the laws of the universe, then we do everything with the most amount of love and care and the least amount of force and control. And we don't hide any information. There's no secrets. There's only transparency and truth and trust. And there's no hidden information. There's no hidden technology or hidden lessons or hidden teachers or hidden technology, information, and teachers that you have to pay for to get. In the new world of consciousness, none of that can even exist because it's all transparent, and we all have access to the hive intelligence, and we all have access to lavishness and abundance. Because typically the only reason why we act out or hurt or don't use the most love and care is because we're hurt, or because there's scarcity, or because our meaning and purpose is withheld, and we don't even know we're supposed to have a meaning and purpose. And those are the three wounds of domination systems: separation, scarcity, meaning, and purpose. And if our attention is just on meeting our needs and not merit-based systems, then it's John the Bully yelling at the tribe. Let's flip it.
Hey, I just recorded the whole thing. I got him from down there. I got him 59, slowing down, eyes left. Introduced him, Johnny Walker Stalker. Dude, I got it here.
Johnny Walker Stalker. What just happened? Thank you, Chris. I didn't even know he came up. What was all that?
I had him the whole time, the whole investigation. Character restraint.
What a creeper, yo. I knew he was gonna come. It's only a matter of time.
I realized the fucking plank was on my face. If a plank be in your eye and a splinter in your brother's, the plank may be the fucking thing over your leg, stepping over.
So, what do you guys think about what's been said so far? Have I been live streaming for 2.5 hours? Wow, that's a long time.
You ain't got time when money have even tied. You know that land is starting. You don't know that. Pray to God, hope the fucking Reverend show up.
Love you, Reverend White. That was funny. What a weirdo.
Call me a bitch.
I know, I heard him. You know, if he's calling you that means that's what he is. So the problem with name calling is we're basically saying that about ourselves. Huh. This way.
like you were talking about though, like how kids are not taught the right things. That's very true. They're not taught about.
Well, he was probably born in like the 1950s, right? So, I mean, who knows, like what he was taught.
Walking, stalking,
Walking and stalking. Johnny, he calls him Johnny Walker Stalker. That's
Did you
funny.
turn on your camera to revamp?
Hey, superheroes. Look, the whole squad's here today.
I don't understand you guys. Just say, what, you haven't even updated the bio so you can get a whole hour out. Tech call, Tech. What the fuck are you making?
I wanted to tell you.
Why do I
You
gotta
need
be
to
told
reconcile
anything?
peace. I know that there's
Why
something.
do I gotta give an ear
I know
to something
exactly
gotta
what
be
it
told?
is.
Why am I punished
Dude,
by
the
your
Lord's
thing?
allowing me to go
Allowing
through this
it.
because of the BS when I
Daisy,
first
you
came
recording
in.
ain't my
August
goddamn
28th,
airtime.
2000.
What, superhero? You got it on camera? He's pretty famous, you know, John the Bully, just for being a bully.
It reminds me of Dana White.
Well, everyone is here to teach us. John the Bully's here to teach us not to bully. And he's here to teach us to, like, make friends.
It's always just like coming at me like this.
I know. It's like he has a crush on you.
It might be that because you told me to tell him to go away. I don't even care.
Well, yeah, because you actually stand up to him.
Okay, I won't flick this one off because I'm sitting here.
You know what's funny? He won't say anything. He won't say anything when Big Ben is here.
He only says stuff when I'm here, probably.
No, he says stuff unless someone who is bigger than him.
I don't care if they're bigger than me. I'll climb them like a tree.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. But literally, that's the only time he won't say anything. Yeah.
Because he only says that kind of stuff to me.
No, he says it to everyone, actually. Anyone who tries to talk to him. He sat there and argued with Allgood for an hour about why he should be allowed to harass me.
It's like one thing if you just like take a peek and look at somebody, but if you sit there staring the whole time you walking by, like something's wrong with it. Like, you have one thing in your head to where you're thinking about nothing but inside somebody's pants, probably, and that's not how it should be. Like,
We just watched a video on the behavior of animals, specifically mice, but humans are no different. And the behavior is like the hypersexuality. It's one of the ways that humanity acts out, just like the animals. Like if we're living under domination systems and we're living in scarcity and separation, he's alone all day. He sleeps in his car right by, Pacific Avenue and 29th Street, right by Washington Boulevard. You know where that is? Yeah, he has a Hyundai, like a little small, just regular 4-door car. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know where he sleeps?
man, that's from what you're saying, kind of, yeah.
Okay. Have you seen his car?
No, I try to keep it myself, mainly.
Yeah. All right, so poor guy sleeps in his car, spends all that time alone, and then his big thing for the day, when he's not all by himself with whatever he's thinking, maybe he's got a smartphone he gets to watch. When he's all alone when he's not all alone with himself, his only interaction with the world is walking up and down the boardwalk, harassing people and yelling things at people that hurt them, and then people yelling stuff at him that's hurtful. And
before I got here, I turned off sex in my head and I turned off violence in my head because those are things that I have.
Yeah, you've been really cool advocating for everyone too, like because I've seen you not stand for violence, even if you're watching it. Like you're not available, not just for you not to do it, but you are not even available if someone does it in front of you.
No, but that's I'll go up and try to stop some stuff, but it's like
I saw you stand up to Toby, and he's one of the homies, So that takes even more courage to stand up to someone and say, I don't condone violence, and you do not do it in front of me because I will not support that.
Yeah, it's just like I've experienced so much of it, that and the other thing, that I knew I had to take that out of my head.
And all we can say is like, look, I'm not going to be your supporter. I'm not going to allow that to happen in front of me. And when I heard you saying that, you weren't like yelling at him or condemning him, or it was not like a character assassination. You were just basically like, no, I saw you do this, and I saw you destroy property. I saw, and
then I
you just
the property,
called out,
society.
Called out the behavior, made it right. The way that you were just advocating for like better treatment, care, consideration. It was more about a beautiful world and being angry at the gap, that you were infuriated and willing to stand up to whatever was in creating this gap of the more beautiful world that you know exists, where we consider each other and care about each other and are kind. And I watched Toby's shift, and I've been in those types of altercations with him, and he did not shift, and you got him to shift because the way that you were saying it was packed with information, but it wasn't to cut him down. It was just like, hey,
stop doing the violence.
Yeah, like I think it actually made him feel safer and more comfortable. Like, if I'm around this guy, he's gonna make sure that things are cool and there's harmony. So I think it made him feel safe. And also knowing like I crossed the boundary and there needs to be repair work. So, I mean, I'm wondering, did you guys get connected deeper afterwards? Because
are you talking about the guy that came over here?
Toby? You know
that
that helped him, that he even said that what he did was wrong.
Yeah, it was. He was down there trying to fight a guy for setting up his art. And I'm like, what in the heck are you doing right now? And I went up and got in his face. I was like, you need to get out of here, because you want to try to start something over somebody's art? Like, you were like, nah.
Yeah, Venice is art.
Yeah, it's just a lot of what this place is.
It's art, and the other thing it is music, and we don't want art or music to be. We don't want art or music to be under.
A lot of because of how we were taught in schools. We were taught about hate before we knew right from wrong. We were taught about wars before we knew right from wrong.
Yes.
We were taught about
we were taught these things in an environment where we're all the same age, which is a form of separation. Because if we're diversified with our tribe, we're together. But when we're all the same age kid, then that's a form of separation, because it's easier to control us. And kids start to bully each other and mobilize together because you don't have like the diversity of age and the diversity of population. So when you put all the same age kid together and then you teach them that stuff, and it makes them feel even more separated, because now they're also being graded.
Yeah, because they've learned about slavery.
Yeah, when they get graded, and they're being graded on all this stuff. So some kids are getting the good grades, and the kids always know who's who. Kids always know who gets the bad grades and who gets the good grades, because the teachers publicly shame and humiliate the kids who get the bad grade. And then they publicly praise and reward the kids who get the good grade, right? And that's not how we want to live, is what you're saying, and I agree.
No, it's because society is stuck in such a loop that we're just doing most bad things, or some of them are stuck into a loop where they're just working their whole life and things like that. It's just kind of, we were put into this way by the government. Like, we were put into ways to think by the government because we were taught things that we shouldn't have been taught before we even knew right from wrong. And it's when you got people that were taught those same exact things as everybody else, it's like the society is working itself to where it's not stable enough to where it's just gonna keep going.
Yeah, because we need a diversity of information. We can't have everyone being taught the same thing.
It's very discerning. It's very...
Hey, Toby. How's it going, superstar? Good. I like your cow fur.
I'm sorry?
I like your cow fur.
Oh, thanks.
I good. Yeah, Rev's here. John the Bully came by already. Christopher Lee held it down.
What are you doing today?
Do you want to go? Oh, Cammie's coming and we're going to go speak at the elementary school. Do you want to come with us? My friend Goddess Cammie's coming.
Oh, yeah. She was saying that it actually kind of helped.
You know, I came out here and I learned respect and caring about others, and I used to get in the cops' face a lot. Now I get along with everyone.
I threw a shopping cart at the cops up in Hollywood.
Really?
Yeah.
Did they arrest you?
No, they pointed a pistol at me and told me to go away.
Really?
They had somebody pulled over on Hollywood, right at Hollywood and Vine, and it was a white pearlescent Mercedes. And I know who drives some of these cars, so I went and looked in the car at the car window, and then another cop pulled up, and they were about to try to search his car, but who was inside was Tyga. And also in the passenger seat, his girlfriend at the time, which was
Tyga and who?
Avril Lavigne.
Oh, Avril Lavigne.
They were in the car and they were about to try to search their cars, so I threw a shopping cart at one of the cops.
Oh my God,
He
that's
pointed
awesome.
his gun at me and was like, "You need to get the fuck out of here." I was like, "No, I'm gonna stand right here until y'all leave." And then they were like about to search his car, and then they didn't.
Really?
Yeah.
Dang. That's scary that they pulled their gun out.
Oh, he pointed at me.
Oh.
He's like, you better get out of here right now, or I'm about to shoot you. I was like,
No
nah,
guns.
like, do me a favor. Like, what's he talking about? Like,
The law of the universe is using the most love and the most care and the least force and the least amount of control. And death is sacred and birth is sacred. And to just take out a gun and threaten someone's life shows that you are not honoring life. That you are not treating life as sacred.
That's how.
Which is what we need to think about when we train people to escalate and give them weapons. And not just a gun. You know, a taser could kill someone. Like, a lot of times when people get tasered, people die. So, force, any kind of force, we need to really, really use a lot of discernment, because I believe we're meant to use the most amount of love and care and the least amount of force and control. And love and care takes time. Force and control may be quick, but what's created from those energies will wither away, and it will not be strong. It will not stand the test of time the way that what is created from love and creativity and play and flow and togetherness will. What do you think about that, Christopher Lee? Like, you know how in school they just like force you to learn stuff, and they're like, do this assignment, and you have until Thursday to have this big presentation, and then the kid is like stressed out, and we have like little children sleeping 2 hours because they're up all night, and then they have to get up at 5 a.m. to do their homework. And to put that pressure on children and get them to learn by force and control, when love and play and creativity and flow, if we create from those energies, it's so much better. And I said, what do you think about that?
One thing I never did was homework. I always looked at home like that should be home time. And just doing that,
yeah.
Like, I didn't do homework, but I passed every single test that I ever took just because I listened in class. And when you're sending work home for people to do, it's like you're trying to
take away their freedom,
distract them from becoming an actual family with their family, and just do homework. And then it's kind of,
and then it's something the parent nags them. Did you do your homework? Did you do your homework? And it's something that if you didn't do it, now you get in trouble. It's because they want you to learn how to do something someone tells you. And we're not supposed to learn how to follow orders. We're supposed to learn how to follow our heart.
They would rather teach us about things that destroy things in school than they would.
That's it! I'm kidnapping all the hunks. Every single man with abulosis and biceps triceratopsitis, if you are hunkified, between the scale of a 9 and 10, out of a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being hunkification, you will be my prisoner. Goddesses, we must assemble and begin to bring the hunks here by force if necessary. Hey, Russian Tarzan, I said come over here and kidnap yourself. Russian Tarzan, you have abulosis. Hey, Reverend White, you have biceps and triceratopsis.
No, I
so
know how to make the act.
Get Toby too. Toby, come. You're my prisoner.
I have a thoughtful.
Come in your prison right
What
here.
if we got
You have to
her
come on the
beard,
green.
made her
If you
beard
leave the
like
prison,
a circus?
hey, Russian Tarzan, you get an automatic tickle torture because you left the prison. This is going to be really turbulent. There's going to be a lot of hunks getting tickle tortured. Rev, if you don't touch the green ribbon, that means you are in violation of running away. You're kidnapped. You are kidnapped. Show me that you're part of the goddess temple by touching it. Tie my temple to him now. Grab my... Get my lasso of love and tie it to him. Tie my yoga ribbons to him.
You can't command the very
Tie Christopher Lee and Toby.
Even the government tries to hide her and they can't even hide her.
We're gonna tie them up.
Probably a news reporter or something.
It's because the hunks have been enslaved and told they have to be providers. Instead of attuning to the needs of the vulnerable like they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be waiting for when we say that we need them. Do you want to talk to them, Rev? Jennifer Nana's here. Goddess Jennifer Nana. Here, hold it here. Hold it for a sec.
I want to see Jennifer.
I have to pee.
She's got to go do her P's and Q's. And where's Jennifer? I don't see her. I got the white flag, Jennifer, see? The white one for purity and, yeah, they need to what? Give up. Have you ever wondered if somebody doesn't give up because they don't put up the white flag, it's because they don't have one? What if you showed up and gave them one and said, put it up, surrender, or I'm going to, no, white standard. Who the hell's on here throwing all those hearts? Gosh, love. Where's Jennifer? Throw me some hearts. Gosh, somebody do something. Jesus, can you throw money at this thing?
No money.
Screw you, I'll take money. You got what, 54 people, bunch of thumbs up. What the hell's that mean? Do you know I did something today? I recorded Johnny Stalker from way back there. I saw him, started rolling the camera. I got footage, oh my gosh, of the whole thing. Johnny Stalker stalking, changing lanes down the ocean walk and making a full stop at Daisy's. I recorded the whole thing. That's fucking funny. I don't care who you are. Right here on my phone. Shit, I said it already. The most dangerous thing on this beach is Daisy. No heart yet. No, she's dangerous, right? That one. Most dangerous thing on the beach. Oh God, I don't want to know anything of don't tell me what goes on in that tent. Jesus, we got bewildered, we got, oh gosh. And empty cups, I'll entertain in the garbage next. I hate going into Starbucks, especially paying for $3.50 on oat milk. I had oat milk still left, whipped cream. I asked for a half a cup of coffee on purpose. They overfilled it. I put the remaining back in the small cup because the half cup, an venti cup, half price, no, so I could fill it up with whipped cream. It's called red and white. They never get it right. I swear it's easy if they do it. But I'll take what comes out over, make the best of it. Look at this bullshit. Damn shopping cart in the middle of who? Leventhal officer. Oh, I saw some hearts. Shit, somebody's listening.
She actually came up to be.
Do you guys know where the Reverend White is on Instagram? You guys watching the THE Reverend, not with an A. Reverend White, WHITE, all E's, one I for a reason.
Too bad.
Ping that, hashtag it. Check it out. I'm doing fun stuff too. Hey, Daisy, what in fiddle farting you doing? Smoking? Oh, probably smoking some weed. Hey. I am talking. What do you think I've been doing? There's lifeguards. I kept it PG. I'm at PG right now, and I don't see no kids. Jesus, dogs and PG. Who's online? Are there underage kids online? Underage boys?
Watto complains about it.
Are there underage boys out there, Daisy? Do you know who Dr. Rachel Haskell was? She's since perished.
She don't answer DMs because she's too worried about all the little 8-year-old kids trying to send her the dick pics and stuff all that.
Oh God, do not send your small penis pictures at any person. That is embarrassing, probably mostly illegal. I don't know why they even get away with that shit. Their parents should be whipping their asses, what they should be doing. Don't put your penis pictures. Do you want to know something that happened? There was an escalation down here. Cadillac Hotel, I did in fact have a serious escalation based on homosexuality, transgenders, and pictures. That guy, Bruce Jenner, Kaylee, whatever his name is, I know he's off on the feminine side of woke fucking queer shit, but him and Geffen are investing in the Cadillac Hotel down here. The contractor was pissed because all the transgenders guys coming around flirting with him. I don't know, but he was pissed. Mexican contractor. The guy running the show, he's got a dick hanging around his chain on his neck. He's showing pictures of people, sending him stupid pictures. But I did tell that guy who played with Morris and all them old band guy, I said, I tell you what, in light of the angels, I'll get them all on top of the roof, celebrate with them. Get Bruce, I know he can run, but can he fly? Get him close to the edge at the top of the Cadillac. I'm gonna kick him in the ass. Now, if that guy can fucking fly, I'll top that building. Shit, I'll give him a new level of respect, but I swear to God, if somebody don't have some fishing line tied to his ass, he gonna hit the fucking concrete from real high. That'd be the Reverend White kicking the ass on how I feel about that shit. Yeah, don't paint it white, don't put a Cadillac on it unless you want to get your ass kicked off top of it. We still got 56. I don't know, the fucking yellow smiley faces. Is that it? You can't be you. Oh shit, you're watching me. You're gonna see some video. I'm gonna be uploading stuff on Instagram. It's above classified, above intelligence, pissing everybody off. Trust me, I got kicked out of the food line, Daisy, at the Bible Tabernacle again. I got there early one morning just to speak with their pastor. He's in so many violations of citizens' rights, violation of church rights, violation of God himself. You know, they don't even allow preaching on their own steps. And they're out there giving away free food as a nonprofit.
They're breaking the minimum.
Oh gosh, I brought. Yeah, I tell you what, we brought. It wasn't but I brought the kid over. From Russia, we had a double masters virtuoso violinist here. Took him in escort, took him over there. He has 70,000 followers. Took him over there, introduced him to church. He's not seen as most people see him, more true to form, more like little angels and good guys walking around. He began to play on those steps, Bach Air, written by Bach. Air for the very church, written a long time ago, but that kid in perfection with the violin began to play on those steps. Elaine from Russia nearly went to tears as she heard it, as I did also. And then out of the corner came that token nigger Chad, yelling and screaming to shut it off. Jesus, if you have no idea what foolish people are. Oh God.
Ooh, that sun feels nice. Hey, you banned Jennifer Nana.
I didn't touch anything.
It's okay, I'm gonna unban her.
Why would I ever do that?
I think you did by accident, but it's okay. Let's see.
God, she didn't get to see.
Oh no, you're still on here, goddess.
I didn't touch anything.
Yeah, I know you didn't. Jennifer Nana, you're still on here.
She had fall asleep too, see already. I wouldn't ban her.
I know you wouldn't on purpose, silly.
Chase around the hotel room, figure out how to hold her down. Only if she's willing to be. But really dangerous thoughts not happening. Don't let me alone in a hotel room.
I created Daisy the Venice Healer so we could be liberated. And because we can not only liberate part of the planet, we have to liberate the whole entire earth. Go, superheroes, go, go, go. Let me hear you say it. Superheroes, we gotta unite right now with the power of our love. Because we know that we are meant to thrive. We're meant to be in lavish abundance. Let us play. Yo! Don't you want to play? Don't you want to have fun? Isn't that why we're here, yo? Didn't we come so that we could be alive and create from a space of spiritual joy? I see the twinkle in your eye. I know that ever since you were a baby, just like ever since I was a baby, that you know that you were meant for more, yo. You are not meant to be bored. You were not meant to feel resistance all the time, to being able to receive, resistance to being able to give, resistance to your teachers being able to share so you could be with them. And not just your teachers being able to teach you, but you being able to teach your grasshoppers, is what I call when we want to be learners. And I say that that is unnatural, that we have been programmed falsely. Thank God that jig is up. Thank God it's not the way that we were told. Thank God the world is not the way they said it is. Yo, they told us we're not supposed to follow our heart. That's sad. They told us it's not about our gifts and our talents. Yeah, right. They say that we gotta pay and that we owe, and we know that is not truth, yo. And the best part is that we get to use all the love in our heart that we've been waiting to give. Our love been overflowing for long enough with nowhere for it to go. And also by releasing the flow of our love. It's gonna overflow everywhere. It's gonna get everywhere. Feel the expansion. Go, go, go now. From your heart.
I ain't dropping the kids over the pool.
And in doing so, we open the flow of receiving, yo. Lick your lips and smile. Get that little bit of love from the corner of your mouth. It is not only saliva. It is infused with your love. Isn't it wonderful to know that you're so lovey-dovey? That is our way, yo. It is our biology. Go, superhero, go. Don't you dare go to work. How dare you? You drop your kids off at school? I'm gonna go get them right now. As soon as my squad gets here, I'm gonna walk 2 blocks to Westminster Elementary School at the corner of Advocacy and Main Street. And there, I will do like a superhero does. I will awaken and unite with the boop on the nose. Boop. And the lovability of all will be declared undeniably. I will empower the children, and I will tell the children what they already know. The adults are insane, children. We need to be rescued from ourselves. So with our insanity, the vulnerable, and that is you, must rise with the most amount of force love and care, and the least amount of force and control. And you children must lead us, pave the way. My little ones, babies, with your great wisdom, your cheekbones rise. Everything comes from your belly. You babies, you are our teachers. You teach us how to move our body. You babies, you are our masters. You are our teachers, babies. You got big eyes, babies. You show us how to play and come alive, babies. You always ask the question, how do you feel? What do you need? And when all of the needs are met and everyone feels wonderful, it is time to play. Babies, go. Show us your ways, babies. We are the adults and we are insane. We have created a world that doesn't work. Babies, show us your way. We are ready, babies. We want to learn, babies. We will do as you say, babies. We will speak the language you speak, babies. We will speak the language of bodies. Because we know, babies, you do not speak words yet, babies. That is okay. We will listen to you, babies. I swear to God. We messed up. Adults are insane, and we admit it. That is step one. We acknowledge our insanity, babies. Go, babies, go. Babies, you tell us what to do. Yes, you are a big baby. Russian Tarzan, you are a baby. Goo goo gaga, tell me your wisdom. By the twinkle in your eye, babies, tell us. Because you could feel all of the energy. You could feel the nervous system of every single living being, babies. You could feel the trees. You could feel the bugs. Babies, you could feel the animals. You could feel the humans. Babies, we will listen to you. We forgot. We thought we were in charge. We thought we knew everything. We thought we didn't have to listen to you, babies. It's not true. We know now, babies. I speak for all the adults. I talk to these goddesses too. Hey, goddesses. I talk to them. Hey, see, they already agree. We want to use the most love and care, babies. I speaking for all the adults in Venice Beach. Babies, we're gonna do what you say, all right? We're so sorry that we told you you didn't know. I'm sorry. We're sorry, babies. We're gonna listen to you from now on, babies. Please come back. Babies, please come out of your daycare. Babies, come. Come here. I'm Daisy, the Venice Healer. I'm on the baby hill. This is where all the babies will come. Babies, leave your daycare. I speak for all the adults. We're all nodding. We want you to lead us, babies. We know that you will protect our water. We know that you will command us to release the animals from their prisons, babies. We know that you will command us to create a world for everyone, to get cars off the ground, babies. We know that in your world there are no enforcers, which means there's no governors or leaders, which means there's no rules and laws, babies. There's only universal needs. We will listen to you, babies. Come to the beach. Come to the beach, babies. And we will get the daycare children. We will get the elementary school children. We will get the high school children. I'm on my way right now. Babies, I need you. I can't do it alone. The high schoolers heckle me sometimes when I go there. The elementary schools, it's a win with them. They're, middle schoolers, it's a tough crowd, yo. Babies, I'm gonna need you. Babies, I'm gonna need us. Okay? So, now that we got the babies free from the daycare, The toddler's gonna be free from the preschool. We're gonna get the wisdom of everyone. We're gonna have all the wisdom. And instead of having little baby prisons, it's not a daycare, it's a baby prison. Yo, you take the stress level of a baby in a daycare and you take the stress level of a baby in an orphanage, and it is the same. Their stress levels are off the chart because there's scarcity. And a natural environment for a baby is an abundance of caregivers, so there's so many that can pick up that baby and want to hold that baby. And in the world that we created with daycares, there is scarcity. There is just one caregiver for a whole lot of babies. Babies, come to the beach. Look, it is only a world of creepy, disgusting men. And the old white ones are the worst. The colored men are pretty cool. They know how to attune to nervous systems, but the old white men, they're so used to domination systems, they will lick their lips and lurk. They will be pervy perverts. They'll do it right in front of the females that they're with too. And out here in the artificial hell on earth that we created, where there is death everywhere. I saw a dead rat. I saw a dead possum. I saw a dead crow. I keep seeing death all over, yo. And I want to see babies and birth and life and beauty. But guess what? If it's a plant, it's going to get bulldozed. If it's an animal, it's going to get killed. It's going to get caught. It's going to get captured. It's going to get controlled. It's going to get imprisoned. It's going to get outcasted. It's going to get thrown out because we are doing monospeciesism, and that hurts us. We become stressed out. And the Universe 25 experiment shows us that when we do this, we self-destruct. An infantile rises. That's why we got the shaken baby syndrome where they shake the baby dies. The crib death syndrome, that's when the baby doesn't have a nervous system to co-regulate. And the baby will stress itself to death because no one picks it up when it cries. So it dies in a crib. And this is a world of havoc and insanity and separation. And it's because we're lacking meaning and purpose, because there's constantly resistance between us and our universal needs being met, and being able to give and being able to teach others and being able to have our teachers. Finally, as we enter the age of information, we are ascending. Finally, as we enter the age of consciousness, finally, we are becoming light beings. We are beginning to speak truth. We are beginning to create transparency. We are beginning to mourn atrocity and reframe in our mind what will be better. And we are beginning to attune to the needs of nature and say, ooh, big mama, that's what I call Earth, is just like our body, yo. And she's got all the same needs as us. And we are becoming more conscious. We are ascending. We are becoming higher vibration. And in this new age, and it flip-flopping, instead of it being 70 to 80% men, always licking their lips and being perverts and giving way too many sexual advances. And then the women get really stressed out and isolate and hide themselves. And then there's like this power over dynamic, and the men fight each other and bully each other, and they get hurt when they fight. This is domination. So it's like over sexualization. Fuck. Oh, too much fighting, right? And then freeze. That's like the outcasting that we do. When you freeze, it's like all of a sudden that person's not allowed. You don't talk to them. They don't come near. You don't allow. You get a restraining order. You use force. And the other two of the 5 F's, fight, flight, freeze, and then there's fawning. And oh yeah, we already said, and then fucking. That's when we exploit each other in relationships. And it's a really stressful environment to live under. It goes against our nature, where instead of fight, flight, freeze, fawn, fuck. And I can't tell you enough how stressful it is, even just sitting here. It's like 70 to 80% males walking by, and every single male narrows their vision and licks their lips like a creepy, crawly pervert. And then there's only 20% women. Where's all the women and children? I'm not kidding. I see you, goddess. I love you. You know what I'm talking about too. But it's hell on earth, you know? And she's with the king. She is. She's with the king. He's empowering her. A lot of times these men, it doesn't matter if they're with their goddess, you know? They will still lurk and lust. It's a very, very violent environment, not only for women who have to deal with constant sexual advances, men checking us out even when they're with their women. Excuse me, don't look at me. Bow your head, look somewhere else. You're making me uncomfortable. Why isn't your woman looking at me, but you are? Why doesn't she check me out, but you do? And it's always the white men. What is, you know, it's because, I'm going to talk about that for a minute because I'm white. My family has white men. I raise boys who bow their head to a woman, who worship a woman. That is how I raised my boys. My boys bow their head. They never check a woman out. They make sure they have her consent. They make sure that they affirm her. They worship her. They court her. They attune to her needs. Like, why are you looking at me and not her? God, see, I want her to look at me. Hey, goddess, I don't want him to. Tell him he's making me uncomfortable. I want him to bow his head, look somewhere else. Because if there's a man staring, like, goddess, he's checking me out. I don't like that.
You want to hear some more writing?
Yeah, see, goddess, if you're with a guy, see, she does. She's with a king. He bows his head. He's not checking me out. Why is it all the old white men checking me out? It's the old men. That's the generation. When guys born before 1960s, yo, you're making us women uncomfortable. I swear to God.
This is mine.
And goddesses, I don't got any trauma with you. You come over, I'm gonna hug you in my bosom. And I swear to God, I'm straight. But I love you, women. You don't make me uncomfortable at all. It's you men. Goddess, I got your back. I support you.
This is a letter that I wrote to somebody because I miss them.
I want to hear it.
Every time you leave, I want you back. To hold, to beloved, to undaringly nurture back into the mind. The world is hurting you, you can tell. The world takes you for granted, yet they hardly ever actually see you. The hurt in your eyes of the ones who cross you is apparent. I'm all ears for you, but I don't need any. I'm a heart for you, but I don't need one. My mind is for you, but I'm without brain. I can only hope you feel the same. The love is driving me insane. It's like
I love it. I can feel some reframing going on in my brain where when you say like you don't need a mind, I see like what I hear is like I am a mind, I'm not a mind, I'm a group conscience mind, I'm one mind. So I hear like a paradoxical statement and I hear a lot of beauty and depth and emotion and yeah, I love your art. Your art includes your poetry, your music, your words, and what I love the most about you is your bravery and that you're a superhero because you're always willing to stand up for others and you are there for anyone where there is injustice or hurt. And I'm a Libra, you know, so I'm all about like, oh my God, I'm such a Libra. I don't know like why it is, our astrology stuff. Do you guys think, how about it? You think I'm a Libra? You know, I think Libras are supposed to be healers as they're introvert and they're extrovert. They're leaders. And they like want everyone's needs to get met. It's really important to them.
Yeah, definitely. It's a way to see society in a place that it actually is, to where you don't think it's going to make it very much longer because of all the stuff that's actually going on in the world. And when you come up with things that could actually change to better the world and not just yourself, it's very different. It can take its toll on you, but if you actually build yourself up to where you're not gonna break yourself down, it'll help. It'll make the world understand that, like, we're in a place that we see nothing but fighting and sexual things, and that's not okay. It's not.
Well, what are the 5 Fs? You just said 2. Yeah. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn, fuck. That's the order I say them in. So, yeah, flight, fawn,
that's kind of like
and freeze.
What we were taught. It's just how we're.
And you know what fawning is?
It's like.
Okay, so there's fighting, which is extroverting and attacking, and then there's fawning, which is the opposite.
It's like a.
Where now, so.
Girl in the situation almost, kind of. I guess.
No. Okay, I'll explain it this way. Men do it too. It's a masculine thing too. So I'm going to explain to you what fighting and fawning is. Fighting is an unconscious way of saying I'm angry and I'm hurt and upset because you harmed me. It's an unconscious way of saying that. That's fighting. And you might do it by hitting, right? Fawning is an unconscious way of saying, I'm scared of you. I'm afraid of what you're going to do to me. I don't want to be punished. I want to do this because I want this. I want a reward. I want to win you. Like, that's fawning, like when we come from those energies. And fawning is a lot like the animal showing its genitals to the other. Or it would be like in the energy of like, hey man, like, let's just take care of your needs right now. Like, my needs don't matter. Like, don't worry about me. Like, here's what you need. And just tell me what you need. We'll take care of you. I'm okay, though. I'm fine. You know, that's fawning. So, and there's all different forms of fawning. But you see how that's like an attack on yourself? And how fighting is an attack on the other?
Yeah.
So think of fighting and fawning as each other's opposite. And then sex. Fuck. So women can use it. Like that would be like a woman being like, oh yeah, go do this, go do that, go do that, go do that, do this.
And then we'll do this.
And then something like that.
Yeah.
False intentions.
That's like the thing I took out of my head was just to be having a conversation with a woman, I was looking at something like there's a placard to be collected. And if I'm not looking at that as how my life is anymore.
Well, women send that, women will send that signal. Women will send that signal. I make it clear I'm not available. Like, guys out here know that I don't even want to hear it. So, but there's women who can get guys to move the sun for them. And the guy will do anything. You know what I'm talking about?
To an extent, yeah.
A guy will do anything because they think that they're going to get this. And then maybe eventually the girl will give it up. So
like
this,
a man for most
so
of
this
their
is
mothers.
another way. And then in some cases it'll turn into prostitution. Or like for me, I was a sugar baby. So I was recreating the relationship because I got abused when I was a little girl by my grandfather. So what I do, I became a Melania Trump. What did Melania Trump do? She would go and live with and have relationships with extremely rich and powerful men who were like 20 years, like much older than her. Yeah. And that's what I did. I recreated my trauma the same way my skin would crawl with my papa, you know?
Mine was a lot different. Like with.
So we recreate our trauma. So if we acknowledge, like, I don't want to recreate my trauma, because what is that? If you're Melania Trump's a sugar baby and I was a sugar baby, that's fight, flight, freeze, fawn, fuck, right? And that's the guy acting out because the woman would not be with him if he wasn't like powerful or be influential. And if you're a man and you know a woman is only with you because of that, like, that's not okay. So whenever we're exploiting or giving coercively, like, we're hurting the world because it is our body that says yes to these questions. It's not us that decides, it's our body. And if we decide for our body and we override our body, then guess what we need to have? Drugs and alcohol. So whenever I deal with women or men dealing with sex addiction, and there's a lot of them. There's actually someone who I interview all the time on here,
It's how society
and there's
looks
guys.
on the
There's
other side.
I talk to women. I talk to women who use men, and I talk to men who use women. And whenever I do, it's always the same. They have to numb out first, and usually it's the woman who has to numb out. The guy doesn't have to, but if the woman's doing something, then they'll just like partake with them just to be on their same level. But what that means is like they're acting out and giving coercive, and I coach them on here and I say like, do you want coercive giving or do you want co-worshipping? And co-worshipping means you don't just pay for it and get it. So that means a woman means you don't just have a man take care of you and support you.
Yeah,
Like those things take time.
because that's how society is.
And if you expect to have your needs met with someone, like that's not a healthy way to do it. And the way that we want to look to date each other, I believe is meant to be in community and meant to meet needs of community, movement, nutrition, empathy, like bathing, grooming, massage, body work, any type of co-worshipping, but you're not supposed to have any expectations.
It's like the placard. I'm not gonna have a
Yeah,
placard in my
like
mind. Just
like
from
King
talking
Big
to
Ben
somebody.
has decided he doesn't want to sign us up at this hot yoga studio. There's a whole bunch of free hot yoga classes that we can go to, and then there's like these community ones that are like $8, which he doesn't mind doing that for us because I don't use market economy. But I have no expectation of him to meet my needs. I have no expectation of anyone. If someone wants to meet my needs, I am delighted. I'm delighted. However, if they do not want to meet my needs, I do not want to receive. I don't want anyone to give coercively. I believe that all of us pay for anything that is done from those energies. And if we only give because we want to, and if and everyone in my life knows, like, there's no place where you can give me donations.
That's where the.
I want to have like, I want to finish my thought though.
No, hold on, he's coming back up. That.
Oh, he is right.
That's one of the things that's. It's
Hey, tell him leave me alone.
taught away. What the fuck are you looking at? I ain't no fucking bitch, and you already know it. Your mama a bitch. You shouldn't have. She shouldn't have had their daddy drop their kids off at the pool when their pussy was wet and all that shit. Ah, you the bitch. You don't want to talk your shit walking the fuck away. Who a bitch? Your mama. Your mama a bitch. Shouldn't have had them kids dropped off at the pool when your daddy did.
He's still yelling stuff, and he just stopped there to yell stuff.
He knows that. That's why I don't like to fight people. Because I've already been in.
All right, that's like the third time today he's walked by and done that. Like, just up and down, not making friends, hurting people. And I'm sorry that whatever we say to people, I believe that we're saying it to ourselves. So next time he comes, let's say to him, go love yourself up. Go make friends. Go create positive experiences. Go find ways to improve your game. There's videos that there's like videos. There's video, yeah, like yell positive stuff to him, because if he's probably used to negative stuff being yelled at him, and that's not going to help him change. I think what'll help him change is if you're like, hey, go create more healthy relationships and go make some friends and go work out. You know what I found out? He sleeps in that tiny car on the corner by the beach every night. You want to know what that means? I bet you anything he sleeps in a position just sitting up. And there's a lot of old people who think it's okay to sleep in a couch sitting up, and that is not okay. Like, that is not healthy for your body. There's a lot of people who think that if they sleep sitting up, then they'll be able to breathe better. No, when your legs are constantly down and your spine is being compressed like that because your legs are, it's like this awkward position for your body, it's really not good for you. So he sleeps all night in that position. He's sitting in his car all day. He probably spends most of his day just sitting in his car. And when he comes to the beach, that's his only opportunity to talk to people. So perhaps we could help him. Imagine how wonderful it would be to witness him change. Imagine how beautiful it would be to say things to him like, hey, John, you are really lovable. You have a lot of gifts and talents. Please go nurture those. Find friends who are just like you.
He's got to turn that thing off in his head where he's looking at women or even men to have a placard in them, to win something over on them. He's got to stop. It's like a constant thing where you're constantly battling your inner demons and you're only praying about stuff to fix, and you're not trying to actually fix yourself or change those things to where you're making yourself a better person. It's not gonna help. It's not gonna help you. It's not gonna help anybody else around you. It's just gonna keep creating more and more.
What's the solution? Like, let's pretend like you woke up and you were in his body. Like, what changes would you make if you knew you had to reprogram these unconscious things that he's doing? Like, what would you do to change his life if you were him?
Tell him that he needs to turn off sex and violence. It's like.
How did you do it?
I just turned it off because I had already been with so many women and even men sometimes. I'm not.
All right, yeah.
But I've been with so many people that it's very different for me to think about, just because I've seen like how some of those people that I've actually been with since I was actually in a relationship with them at one point, like how they look at life because of what happened with us and how they changed their thinking because of the things that we put ourselves through. Like at one point in Florida, when I lived in Florida, this one girl came up to me when I entered into school and she was like, we're gonna start dating. I was like, I don't even know who you are, but we started dating. And then her friend wanted to get with me, and then that friend wanted to get with me, and it was like
a trouble.
It was a little bit more than that. It was like more like 5 of them coming at me all at the same time, but they were all talking to each other to where they were communicating like what we were doing, and they were okay with it, and I was okay with it. So it was like, it's very different on how I've been looked at just because of some of the stuff I've actually been through, places I've been, stuff like that. So it's like when I knew I had to turn some of these things off in my head, like violence. Like, I've been in so many fights in school that...
What's the most amount of girlfriends you had at once?
5.
And they were all friends?
Yeah. They were all talking, and it was because of where I lived.
That's exactly the world that I believe in.
It's because of where I lived.
And all the girls were friends, so they chose each other.
It was a spring break capital. Like, that's what it was. It's called the Redneck Riviera down in Florida.
That's awesome.
But it's... Out of 4 months out of the year, there was millions of people coming into that place. It was very party-esque, all that stuff. It was different. And when my mom didn't know all this stuff, and when we actually moved down there and she actually started seeing a lot of this stuff, she was like, I don't know, this is probably too much for her. But me, I always looked at the parties because I'd left home when I was 15. Like, I didn't go back home until I was 19, 20, 21, I think. And a lot of the stuff that was going on between my family was a lot different than most others usually actually get brought up into, just because my mom was dating drug dealers, she was dating people.
So what's the solution with him?
He's dead now.
No. We're talking about John the bully.
John.
So
And,
you
like,
say
would
give
think,
up sex and violence.
give up sex and violence, and then your life is gonna start to change. You're gonna realize that if you're having a conversation with somebody, if your prize in your head is to get into that woman's pants or that guy's pants, then you need to turn that off to actually emote the correct feelings other than just trying to get into somebody's pants. If you're sitting there having a conversation with somebody and they're having conversations about
How do you do it?
relationships,
Yeah, give me an
they're
example.
having conversations about relationships. This is like one of the women that I was talking to was Mariah, not Mariah Carey. She was known with Young Thug. He's a rapper. And before I moved out of Atlanta, which was about 5 years ago, I started seeing people in the news, and those people were connected to them, and so they were all being trying to be into a RICO case. Like, they were trying to build them into a RICO case. And
I don't know what a RICO case is.
It's like where they try to say it's a criminal organization, and that everybody.
What does this have to do with helping John?
This is just where I've been and where, like.
Okay, I don't want to talk about that right now. Okay. I'm getting overwhelmed because I have no idea what topic we're on. It's like.
You're talking to you. Asked me how I turned it off, and I'm telling you. I really am.
Yeah, but this is too many stories. Like,
I'm
looking more for like what can he do, and I don't see how this applies to the bully.
Sex and violence, because that's all he's looking at.
Okay, well maybe have that conversation with him then, and because here's the thing, when we go to their level, we've gone unconscious. So if we're ignoring them, that's a freeze response. If we're running away and avoiding them or hiding, like that's a flight response. So we don't want to do fight, flight, freeze, fawn, fuck. Fight is if we're yelling mean stuff. So we don't want to do that. What we want to do for them, because that's a perpetrator. So we don't want to model perpetrator behavior. Even though like they're doing it to us, we don't want to then do it to them. What we want to do is we want to model relational behavior, because we don't want perpetrator behavior, we want relational behavior. We want relational behavior. So something relational would be like, hey, we don't respond to that, but if you want to have an actual conversation, let us know. Or like something relational where it's like you kind of acknowledge what's happening in whatever way, and you could give like your response to it. And even just saying something quick like, hey, I don't respond to that. You know, if he says something really insulting, hey, I don't respond to that. So you acknowledge what's happening, and then your response to it, and then the next thing you do is you just really quickly give them a reframe. If you want to have a conversation that's relational and empowering and inspiring, or that's helpful in some way, that's cool, but I'm not going to be available, or I'm not going to respond to, you know, because I guess we're just sitting here, so he's walking by, so we're just going to say like, look, I'm not going to respond to that. Or you could say, hey, if you do that, the way that I'm going to respond is I'm going to tell you some good qualities about you and what I like about you. And then I'm going to give you some ways that you could relate to me better than just yelling mean stuff. That's what I'm going to do. You could let him know like what you're going to do in response. And then you could go ahead and do it right there. Like, you know, I know that inside you have good intentions and you have a beautiful heart, and there is a yearning for you to connect. And there is a yearning for you to give love and receive love. And there is a yearning for you to live in a more beautiful world. And I believe that you wouldn't be treating me this way unless you've been treated poorly, and that you wouldn't be treating me this way unless many of your needs were not being met. And you also wouldn't be treating me this way unless you were alone. And if you were with others who you valued their opinion about you, I know that you wouldn't treat me this way in front of them. And I would love for you to treat me the same way that you would treat me. If someone you care and honor and respect is there, I want you to treat me with that level of kindness and respect.
Where I look at everybody else's life.
And so now you're giving him, well, hold on, I'm not done yet. Now you're giving him actionable, doable language. You're giving him a manual of how to relate to you. And then you're also saying, like, I'm not going to respond to this other thing. And you're also saying what it is. Hey, this is verbal abuse. You're yelling stuff at me. Like, this is harassment. Just label what it is. I don't respond to it. And then let him know, like, what's going to happen. And then a possibility of a way forward. What do you think about that?
It's like I was trying to explain. Like,
don't tell me a story about you. What do you think about the concept of what I said?
The reason I turned those things off in my head because I knew that it was going to actually help my situation. It was going to help me think differently. It was going to help me build myself up to where I'm not...
My pores are so clear and beautiful.
Where I'm not looking at myself as like a destruction of my life. I'm looking at it like I'm trying to actually help my life be what it's supposed to be. But also, the people that I've been around, it's a lot different than most. Like, it really is. It's...
Dude.
When I start mentioning names and stuff, some people are like, that's not what's actually happening. And I'm like, okay. Like, it's...
You're talking about you again instead of talking about the concept. Okay, look. My brain wants to focus on my live stream and the topic on my live stream. I will talk to you as my friend after I get off my live stream, okay? So I'm trying to, like, talk about, like, information that people can relate to.
I think that that's actually information that, because when I do have conversations with people and I tell them how I'm actually thinking and stuff, a lot of people are like, that is a good way to think. That is a good way to make your brain so you're not actually thinking about these other things all the time. And it's like I was...
Cool, so now you have programmed yourself to basically do what I do. I hear it as like, I program myself to not do violence, but and to be an advocate for non-harming. And when I hear that, what I hear is like, because this is how I program it for myself. I am programmed, and this is what I hear you saying about yourself. You just say it different. I am programmed with every touch and every word and my way of being to be gradually more and more of a life-enriching presence in every way. I am gradually more loving and healing. And that is my program. And that's what I hear you saying, that is your program.
A lot of stuff.
Look at you, so lovable. With the intention to love and heal.
It's like men, they're programmed to protect. They are. Like, that's just what they are. Like, as a man, you're taught before you even know right from wrong to protect things, to keep your station at a level that is okay. And being taught a bunch of things before we're know right from wrong is where I think a problem is. We're being bred into something that is so focused on the destruction of things or how the destruction has happened or just things that are not good for a person in general. We're programmed to know those before we even know right from wrong. And to me, that needs to be changed. And when I start actually talking about some of that stuff, it's where I grew up, it was just different. It was very, very
So I believe that we are ascending and the old ways are too dense. The old ideas, the old stories are too dense that they don't fit in the new vibration of things.
No, because they're
And
just teaching us hate.
I'll give you an example. I went on the train, and on the train there was a picture of a superhero, and it said, "Be a superhero." And it was saying like the people riding the train are a superhero, and then it's saying like, you know, this is how you can help. And now the new cultural narrative is not give back to your country and give to your king, and it's not that. It's you are a superhero. You have the power, not the king has the power. The king is the special one. It's the new cultural narrative is, well, let me finish my thought. The new cultural narrative is you are the superhero. And what I witnessed when I was at Costco is I witnessed this adorable family, and it was the dad, and he had his 2 daughters, and they were so cute, and they're like dada dada dada, and they were so sweet. And the little girls were maybe like 2 or 3, and then the other one was like 4 or 5, and they're playing with their dad. And then the way they're playing is they love their dad, so this is an act of love, right? They're playing with their dad and they're hitting him. Their way of playing is kicking and hitting and trying to hurt him. And then he's saying ow, and it hurts, and pretending to be scared, and they're laughing. They think it's hilarious. So the old cultural narrative is hurting. The old cultural narrative is hitting. But imagine if the little girls were playing, and it's the same vibration. It's the same like joy and laughter and everything, right? But instead of the game being hitting and hurting and ouch and I'm scared and don't hurt me, instead of that being the game, what if the game was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. No! Don't get me. Yes, I am. And every time they touch the dad, and then if the little girl hurts him, ouch. And the little girl goes, oh my goodness. And the dad says, oh, yes, you poked here, and like when you poke it, could you do like a poke like this and do it like that? And then the dad shows him, and if you poke here, do it like this, and don't poke here, or don't poke here, or don't poke here, or do poke here. And then the dad's like, do like this, I don't like this. And it's about mutual pleasure. It's not about like hurting and ouch and I'm scared, I'm afraid. Pretend play is fun. But if we're getting each other and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna hurt you, like eventually they get hurt, and then the game is over and they get hurt, and it's not about, and then we stop, and then the game has to end and we don't get to play, and now we're upset. And in this vibration, there's not a lot of learning. There's not a lot of relationship building. There's not a lot of trust. There's also not a lot of attunement. Because if my way of playing with you is like I'm hurting you, then I'm not really attuned to you. I'm not learning about like how do I give you ecstasy and pleasure. And isn't part of play, like sometimes you get each other, but shouldn't most of it be about ecstasy and pleasure? What if we're like learning, if we're a child, like how do I walk on dad and dance on him and learn how to make it like a massage? And then I get bigger and bigger, and now I learn how to dance on bodies. How do I learn how to co-regulate my breath so that when I'm so upset, my parent can just put my head on their chest and I can hear their heartbeat and I can co-regulate my nervous system. So when I play with you, we can wrestle and co-regulate where you know just enough force to use, and I can battle you, but it's a love battle, and we're like nibbling, like, and we're even shredding flesh. But it's in a loving way. I'm not like hitting and kicking, trying to hurt you. But it's like playful. Like I want to do it gentle. And animals know how to do this. If you look at a dog, they know how to do it. And puppies learn. Puppies will learn how to bite and not bite too hard. And they learn it by biting too hard. And whoever they bit goes, ah, or ouch, or ew, or whatever, squeak. And the puppy's like, oh my goodness, are you okay? And it's this whole like now I feel healthy shame. Now I feel healthy should have. Now I wish that I would have. Because I don't want to harm you. Instead, I want to contribute to you. I want to make sure you're thriving. I want to make sure that you feel good. And this is how we learn how to play. And when we learn how to play in domination systems and we're separated and we're different, like we're hiding our real feelings. Like we don't want to be vulnerable because we're not going to get empathy and such. We're not going to feel like we get made sense. We're going to be vulnerable and then we could get attacked. And also when we're and that's a child. And a child is most likely going to be hurt and bullied in environments when their parents aren't there and their caregivers aren't there and their peer group is going to be their fear group because they're going to be in like a monoageism. And the monoageism creates grumpification. And grumpification gives our spine scoliosis instead of expansion, because then we sit in this awkward position, because in that awkward position you could sit for a long time. And you could sit for a long time, but it's really bad for your spine. And there's a great cost of sitting in that position for a long time. You become hunched over and all these horrible things happen. But yeah, you could sit there for a long time, but there is a cost. When you sit on the floor, you always have to move, and your body's circulations and your butt tingles and your legs tingle. And it's because your body's healing and stretching, and we're supposed to be moving. Part of life is movement. It's one of the 6 practices of self-actualization is to always move. And the first practice is we're all God. We're all divine. Second practice, we're all the same spirit. Third practice, become intentional. That's how I look at my hands, with the intention to love and heal. Think of my words with the intention to connect, build trust, build relationship and interdependence. Create incredible, amazing abundance. Create joy in the world, right? Be intentional. And the fourth practice is always move. Life is movement. Fifth practice is always play. Play is our super learning state. And then the sixth practice is focus on your breath. And if you have deep, intentional breathing, then you will have deep thinking, intentional thinking. You will barely think. And the thoughts will just be that of your higher voice, because you hear the highest self of God. The voice of God will speak to you, and you will hear it through the silence of your breath. And you will listen to nature too. It is the tuning through your breath, in and through you, outside of you. Anything not me, that which is known as nature, will be speaking to you. And that is God also, speaking in and through you, outside of you, nature, God. And the third component we need when we self-actualize, we calibrate to love God and nature. We need love. Because if it's just God and nature, we could get a God that's punishing. We will get a God that was just like our parents. And that is not how God is. God is love. Life is love. And when we are becoming a higher vibration and closer to light and more telepathic and more neuroplastic and a higher cellular biological structure, because our DNA has been upgraded, we are light, we are positive, we are love. Love, love, love. Love God, nature. What do you think about that? 228 minutes. That's how long my live stream's been. That's like over 3.5 hours. 3 hours and 53 minutes. It's a little cold and windy. Look how pretty my temple is. Oh, where are you gonna go?
Probably that Bread and Roses place.
Oh yeah, they got the free food.
Yeah, I don't have to pay for it.
Turn my order. Huh? Oh. Don't go yet, I'll go with you. Wait for Kemi.
They're only open until like 11:30 or 12.
Okay, we'll get it to go and come back. Could you get one for me? Will you get waffles?
They don't have waffles all the time.
Okay.
I can see if they have
something vegan.
I'll try to get it vegan.
Love you, superhero.
For real. Like real life.
Alright, I'll see you soon.
I care about you.
What was that?
I care about you.
I care about you too.
Anything bad
I know. I'll see you soon. I love you. Have a good one. You guys could hear? Hello, Mermaid Mary, Goddess Queen. I'm on live stream.
What's up, homies?
How's it going? Come to the beach. I miss you. Come to the beach. I miss you.
I miss you too. I want to come see you. I have a couple of little things I need to do.
Let's go to the home place.
Is it what?
Let's go bugify the home place.
Bugify. I love your new little twist on words. It's so cute.
I've always done that. Funderful. Yeah, let's go bugify. Yeah, I've been doing it a lot lately.
Yeah, you've been funny.
Like when I kidnap the guys, I say abulosis. I like grab their abulosis for abs and biceps and triceratops instead of triceps.
No, you say latosis, but you said it really quickly, and you said clitoris. So it's so funny. Oh my god. But so it's so funny because when you called me this morning, I was kind of asleep, and I was having a dream that you and your boyfriend and I were in a
my king.
Sort of like, yeah.
One of my
we
kings.
Were sort of in a place that was kind of downtrodden, but we were eating this really amazing Chinese food. And then you guys went and took a hot tub. And like I was sitting there thinking what we were going to order for food at this restaurant. It was up in Malibu, and you were in a hot tub. And then you called me, and I was in the middle of the dream with you.
Oh, that's so cool. I love it. And that does sound like me. Like we do a lot of baths together.
Yeah. Oh, I see. I picked up on that. Were you thinking about Chinese food? Were you in the mood for Chinese food stuff?
I don't eat Chinese food. Oh, so everyone's been asking me if I was pregnant. So I'm like, no. I'm like, but I asked Mary to co-parent with me, and she said yes. If I have a baby, she'll be one of the moms. And I've been asking all my goddesses and tribes. So, but I am gonna get pregnant soon. And then Big Ben was there. Then King Big Ben was there, and I go, King Big Ben, you're gonna co-parent with me too, right? And he's like, yeah. So then this morning he came in me.
Okay, there's some issues we need to talk about, and we need because I'm always very.
Oh, I know. We're not going to talk about me getting pregnant and stuff for a long time. I'm talking about down the line.
Planning
housing,
and having like a certain kind of foundation.
Yes.
Before you do so, because here's why.
Goddess.
It's not that it's not great.
Goddess.
It's just that you want to offer
Goddess.
the best
Goddess.
of yourself.
I'm gonna Goddess ask. Okay, for right now, I'm gonna say yes. I do want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna say that ask before you give your 2 cents or advice about someone else. So in this case, it's a yes. So you don't have to ask me right now. But just my unsolicited 2 cents for you is ask before you give your unsolicited 2 cents, because for a lot of times it will be an invasion for others. So right now it's like it's cool, but I bet this is where you glitch with other important relationships, and I'm just going to be vague, okay? So right now it's a yes, so go ahead and continue. But all you got to do is we'll practice right now. Just say, hey, Goddess, do you want to hear my 2 cents?
Oh, hey, Goddess, do you want to hear my 2 cents?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you see how easy that is? And then I say, yes, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry about that, babe. I know that I do that a lot, and I apologize.
Oh, no, we're here to learn and grow and help each other. And I'm just helping you because you asked for my support. So I bet that's where it's glitching in your important relationships.
Yeah, it is.
So just that one phrase will help you to earn and win a lot of reassurance that will enable you to build trust in those important relationships, just by you saying the phrase, hey, I just want to check in real quick. I have an urge to tell you my 2 cents. Do you want to know how I feel? Do you want to know what I would do if I were you? Or do you not want to hear advice right now? Do you just want me to listen? Or do you just want empathy? And what you can do if you forget to ask and it's too late and now they're upset, you could say, oh, I could see I've offended. Please let me backtrack and try again. How can I support you? Do you want to hear my 2 cents? Do you just want empathy? Do you just want a soundboard? In which case, I will only listen. And if you're really specific and quick, you will neutralize and you're going to see that your important relationships are going to get really deep and really beautiful. And they're going to like just love the work that you've done.
You're so amazing. This is why we're making the book, because it's not what I always think it's the content of what you're saying that counts, but it's really how you say it. If you really want to reach people, it's how you say it. And I think in America, we have such trouble with that. And I have that 100%. It's huge trauma for me. And I just always feel like I want to fix everyone, heal everyone. I see everybody's problems. I want to fix it for them right then and there. But I never think about asking them permission to enter that space, which is called respect. You know, it's respecting other people's ways of thinking, other people's styles, whether they want to hear that advice.
And what's really cool about this is you pick it up really quick, and your kids will pick it up, your adult, whoever is like listening, like kids, old people, everyone will pick it up. And what's cool about the practice is eventually you won't be giving options like, do you want this or this? Or that's for beginners. So eventually you'll get to the point where you'll say one word, like I don't know, you'll say one word like, what, like, I'm wondering. You'll say 2 words, I'm wondering. And then the person will know that you're saying, I'm wondering how to support. Because the way that you said, I'm wondering, you leaned in really close and you cocked your head and you had a beautiful tear in your eye. And just by you saying, I'm wondering, the special relationship can tell that you really care, they matter to you, and you want to make sure that they succeed and you want to support them. And that is all conveyed with just those 2 words that you said. That's how the Navajo would speak to each other. The Navajo Indians and the Navajo Indians speak the same as many alien species, where most of the language is telepathic, which means body sensations, or energetically we just speak through the Akashic field, through the energy. We could connect brains even through time and space when we're not together, and through different times. Like we can, the messages can go from past to future and future to past, because time is not linear. You know, time exists all right now. So when we get to that level, we will just say a couple words, and I want you to see that as the goal. That you're not just improving your relationship, you're also the matriarch because you're the female. So you're the one who's here to nurture and heal everyone and bring everyone together. You're modeling it.
And it's so weird because I keep going back to my old patterns, and then I talk to you and you're like, nope, girlfriend, I'm going to correct your path. And I'm so glad that you do it, because communication has always been a huge problem for me. I always get everybody upset. The people I love the most, I make them maddest. And communication is so bad. And it's just like, it's so great to hear, okay, back up a step, Mary. And you say it in a way that's really nice. You're like, back up a step. This is a better way to approach it. And it's just so clear. And it's almost like we need to put it in book form, and we could call it.
Do you want to hear 2 really empowering phrases?
What?
Okay, the first one is, I don't respond to that. Okay? So if someone's going off at you and you just say, hey, I don't respond to that. Then the next thing is, I do respond to, you know, and then you can say what it is, us figuring out a solution, us finding something that helps everyone, us working together. Then you say what you do respond to. So I don't respond to that. And then the other magical phrase is, how can I support your thriving? And the reason why you say, how can I support your thriving? You don't say, how do I support you? How do I support your thriving? And that's because our natural state is to thrive. So we want to remind each other we are meant to be thriving. And if the person's like, oh, like that gives them the time to even like just react to where they're at on their thriving and what degree they are thriving. So you could give them empathy just by if they scoff or give a big release of energy with a some kind of audible exhale. You could be like, oh, yeah, you know, and just like right there, attune with them. How do I support your thriving? Is so empathetic, and you are winning if you say that. And then just say what you want to do. Goddess.
I always think that I'm so empathetic.
Yeah, and instead of just doing...
Let me say something. If I'm only empathetic in my heart, and I'm not reaching the person that I'm talking to, and they're thinking, oh, I'm a bossy person for saying that, then I'm not empathetic because I'm not being empathetic to anyone but myself. So
you feel
like
that...
said, is communication has to be correct, and if the communication comes off incorrectly, the person will get defensive. It won't accomplish anything, and then you might end up being mad at the person. They might be mad at you. So it's like it's so important what you're talking about. Is communication styles and techniques. Yes.
We want to be effective in what we say, and the intention and caring is there for you, and that's what you're saying. You're saying that
you know what? I just went through a thing with my son where I was giving him unsolicited advice, and it ended up in a yelling match, like it always does. And you just reminded me that's fucking wrong.
Yes. So what you say instead?
He wanted a soundboard. He wanted to express what was going on with him, and all I could do is try to fix it and tell him what to do, and it totally didn't work because I came off like I didn't ask him. Do you want to hear my opinion? He wanted me to listen and give support, and instead I gave him like this huge waterfall of just opinions.
Can I reframe it? Because it's already getting scrabbled, and I don't want you to make too much of a mess before I clean up what I heard. So I'm going to clean it up. Okay, ready?
Go for it.
Okay. What I hear you saying is that you want to listen. You want to listen deeply, and you want to support him, and that you are creating a situation and an environment where feelings are getting hurt, and instead of there being connection, there's disconnection. Yeah. And what I hear is like shoulding and what you should do instead. So I want to offer just a reframe on that. The reframe, I want to include you instead of like saying like you want to ask him how to support. Well, there's also in the practice of being loving, we want to include ourselves, and you are going to need a soundboard. You're going to need somebody because your son is not going to give you a space to talk to. So what you're going to say to him is, darling, I have an urge to share what is in my heart with you. And he's going to say, Mom, could you please not? I really want you to listen. And his way of telling you that is going to be something like this. Oh, you're so annoying. Could you please stop? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's good. That's how he's going to say it. What he's saying to you is, Mom, would you please be willing to take what you have, put it in a container or a journal? Like if you don't think you're going to remember it, would you be willing to have a notepad and write down as quick as you can so you could listen deeply? Or don't write down anything because I will be able to tell that your attention is not on me. Would you be willing to let go of all of your thoughts and please listen to me and call your empathy buddy after? Or would you please, because you are not there yet and because you are getting emotional fatigue by listening to me, Mom, because it hurts you to hear me hurting, and you are now emotionally fatigued, Mom, could you please tell me that you are at capacity and you need to call your empathy buddy instead of giving me advice? And instead of saying that to you, your son is going to be like, I'm not going to tell you anything anymore.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly how it came out.
Okay,
Exactly.
all right, okay. So that's what he's saying. So I want you to decode it, and I want you to go to him and say, hey, listen, I did what you said. I talked to my empathy buddy. I did all my process work. Like, I can see that I get hot. Like, boo, boo, boo! Super squad! Yeah, I could see that I get hot. I could see that I get energy that moves up and out because, darling, I love you so much, and my love for you is fire, my son. What do you think about that?
Passionate when you
Yeah, so tell him that. Be like, what do you think of that? Yes. And then when he gets upset with you, do not take it personal. Do you hear what the messages are? So don't hear, because that's painful. I'm not going to tell you anything. Okay, so now your brain is going to make the meaning, you don't love me. I don't matter to you. You're not going to tell me. Right? You're not really hearing him. So don't believe what he says. But I want you to listen to what he's saying. And what he's saying is, Mom, I want you to listen deeply to me. I want you to identify. So I'm going to give you some actionable, doable things to do when you listen to him. Are you ready?
Yeah.
You might want to write it down, but you could always but I'm going to tell you now. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
The next time that you are listening to somebody who you love, and it is a difficult conversation and it is hard for you to listen, I want you to Google and in fact, I want you to already have taken pictures and have ready, either printed out or on your phone, 3 vocabulary lists: body sensations, feelings, and universal needs. And we all have the same body sensations, feelings, and needs. And as you listen to that person who you love, I want you to guess what is happening in their body, what is happening in their emotions, and what needs of theirs are being met, what needs that they want, what are their deep longings, what are their desires, their body sensations, feelings, and needs, and that is it. And you will win. You will win. You will win that conversation. You will win that relationship. You will open your heart. You will win over your trauma. It will be transmuted to treasure. You will win.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
When somebody is repeating mistakes or repeating behavior patterns and not getting them anywhere, and you keep telling them, this is what needs to change, and they're still not really quite doing that, how do you keep yourself from being like, well, I'm just going to tell them straight out what's wrong? And
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now what we do.
And then they'll get it, and it'll hit them like a lightning rod, like, oh, I need to change this. I'm fucking up, like, how do you, like, keep yourself from having that urge to just, like, kind of pound them over the head with it, because it's like a repeating
I'll tell you now.
subject.
So instead, because we've never been taught co-worshiping. So co-worshiping, we all come with our upside, which is our gifts and our talents, and our downside, which is our traumas and our struggles. Our gifts and our talents, that is how we elevate, inspire, and meet needs for the community and for each other. Our struggles and our traumas, those are the areas that we are weak. So like a messy person, they want to it's good for people who are messy to live with people who are neat, because their struggles match their gifts and talents. Therefore, we are never trying to change each other because of their struggles. And we are also never trying to change each other because of traumas, because in a co-worshiping relationship, our struggles is seen as just another one of the ways that we match with other person's talents and gifts. And the struggles are not seen as bad. We do the same with the person's trauma. So a behavioral pattern that is repeating again and again, and you watch the behavioral pattern, it is harming them, it is harming others, it hurts you to watch them hurt. and hurt others and hurt you.
And they don't learn from it, right?
Yeah. So we all have gifts and talents. We all have traumas and treasures. Or we all have traumas and struggles. And our traumas and our struggles, those are not meant to be fixed by others. That will be really painful and unrelational. So instead, we want to acknowledge together that we are all going to be vulnerable. And I'm going to share with you my trauma and my struggles. And you are going to know, I struggle with housing. I struggle with being able to get a bath. I struggle with having the makeup I need. I struggle with getting healthy nutrients. I struggle with accompaniment. I struggle with grieving and mourning and connection with my family. I struggle. People know my struggles. People know my traumas. I make sure of it. People also know my gifts and talents. People know the areas that I want to receive, and they know the areas that I want to give. Okay, so that's our gifts and talents. Our traumas are, by the way, it's 11:11 right now. And our traumas and our struggles. So in co-worshiping, instead of looking at the person as repeating the pattern, and now you need to help fix them, and you need to give them advice, and you need to save them, and you need to interrupt the pattern, and you need to create a resistance and create a force. So we don't want to do this. This is domination. What we want to do instead is we want to be relational. So we want to say, hey, I have trauma too. Look what I do. Can you help me? Right? And can I help you? I notice that, this, and this. And then you could say like an actionable, doable, like a thing that you actually notice. Like, I noticed that you turned from Breeze Avenue onto Oceanfront Walk and were crying and then banged your head. Like, that's a neutral observation. I noticed that you did it last month, and I noticed some other times you did it too. I hurt myself too sometimes. Could you help me? Because I would love to help you, and I think you could help me. Like, this is way more relational and healing. Like we are just the same. You make sense to me, or maybe it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe like I saw you hitting your head and it just hurt me, right? And I still want to contribute to you, and I still want to be relational, right? So I might say something like, again, I'll start with a neutral observation so we have the same shared reality, just so our brain can go to the same image, right? So I'll give the image, like, I noticed that I witnessed you like catcalling women or making women uncomfortable or whatever it is. I care about you. And for me, and I believe for everyone, we only hurt ourselves, or we only hurt others. You wouldn't be banging your head, or you wouldn't be hurting yourself. You wouldn't be catcalling others or hurting others or doing whatever. You would not be hurting, whether it's going in or out, unless there's one of the three wounds, which is created by domination systems, which is separation, scarcity, meaning, and purpose. So this means that either the person needs to be of service and giving back somewhere, so you can invite them in. Will you help me heal my trauma? And now you're giving them meaning and purpose, which will help them heal their trauma. I notice you bang your head. Sometimes when I'm nervous, I bite my nails way too short and they bleed. Sometimes when I'm hurt, when I'm upset, I will eat so much sugar that I will crash. Or whatever it is. Can you help me? I notice you hurt yourself too. I saw you bang your head. I do the same thing, but with sugar. Can we help? Like, you're just like me. And I'm coming from a whole different vibration. Like, I love you. I'm just like you, and you're just like me. And you have wisdom I want, and we're stronger together. We could do it together. So now you're giving them meaning and purpose. And then the other two areas I want you to focus on is accompaniment, which is separation. So I want you to say, I'm here for you. I'm here with you. You don't have to do it alone. And now you're not offering to fix their trauma. You're not offering to heal them. You do nothing. Hey, I'm just here to witness you. That's it. Yeah. Could you just tell me everything you want me to know? Go. Okay, yeah. I just want to witness you. You are so beautiful inside and out. Here I am witnessing you. I love it. Right? So give them accompaniment. And then the third thing, so we got meaning and purpose, separation. The third thing is scarcity. So if you want to stop witnessing, banging the head, whatever the pattern is, no matter how destructive, child molestation, the most unthinkable, murder, if you want to interrupt the pattern, the 3 areas. So let's say it's a resistance and scarcity. So we did meaning and purpose, separation. So scarcity would be something like, hey, I know you wouldn't be banging your head. I know you wouldn't be doing this thing. I know you wouldn't be hurting yourself, hurting others, unless many of your needs were not being met. And you must have been treated poorly. Otherwise, you would not be treating yourself. You would not be treating me. You would not be treating others this way. So I would like to support you and contribute to your thriving. I would like to know everything you want to tell me. How are you lacking? What would support you? I don't know if I could support you, but I want to know, what kind of scarcity are you experiencing? What are your longings? What are your desires? What needs are up? And if you can contribute to their abundance and make sure that their needs are being met, that you're creating less scarcity in the world, because someone might act out and attack someone because they can't get their you know how upset I was that I couldn't get my lip tattoo? You know, I want to get my permanent makeup tattoo. That doesn't mean I can be grumpified and treat others poorly. I want a hot yoga studio membership. It doesn't mean I could be mean to people, but I do these things because of scarcity. I do these things because I am alone. I'm just creating separation, and because of my lack of meaning and purpose. It's the only reason we act out. So we support each other by supporting those 3 areas. And then we also heal ourselves because we're walking each other home. And in the 5 steps of global liberation, the first step is saying the jig is up. We are in a world of separation. Yeah, please do. Yes, I want you to.
What if by helping with those needs, then you're almost encouraging them to keep going that way? Like, in other words, say if
no, then you don't want to. Don't help them if you don't want to. No. You say, no, I will not assist with this.
Okay, yeah.
You say, no, I am not a supporter of this. I will support your thriving. And if I do not believe it supports your thriving, I will not contribute to it because I love you.
But what if it's a need, like say if it's a financial need and they need to get out and make their own money? Like what do you do about that?
No, that's not a need. They don't need to do anything. It would be more like something like this. I need to take care of my own thriving, and I have a need for interdependence, and this is not a way that I want to be interdependent with you. I would be really blunt. I do not want to be interdependent with you in the way that I give you money and you give me love, or I give you money and you give me time together. No. I love you so much. I'm able to meet many other needs, darling. Please tell me how I can support you. But I will not support you in this way. I feel a resistance and I will not override it. I don't even want to question it. And if you want to tell them why it's coming up, then tell them after you ask them and they say yes.
But then you're not meeting their needs then.
Okay, then that's because you don't want to. And you don't do anything you don't want to, because you will pay and they will pay for anything done from those energies. If you are not in support of something, you will not do it.
How do you encourage someone to meet their own needs? Like
you don't. You just say, darling, I support you however you want to thrive. And if this is your way of being and how you emerge in the world, I witness you with love. And we belong together no matter what. And I love you. And your way of being, when you don't show up on a commitment we've made, and I'm looking forward to having brunch with you, and I eat by myself and you don't come, that way of being hurts me. So from now on, I'm going to invite another friend so that I don't have to experience that again. Or I'm going to have backup plans knowing that if you do not show up, I have someone else with me. Or if you do not show up, I have backup plans. Like, you do not change how they are, you just change how you are. Because if you're in resistance to them, then they're going to be in resistance to you. And we don't want to emerge in that density.
How do you not
It's too dense. We want to be light.
How do you not encourage someone to, like, how do you encourage someone to change something about themselves without, like, coming off like you're saying you have to accept people as they are, but what if somebody needs to work on something? How do you get them to change it?
Well, the first way you get them to change is so your intention is you want them to look at you as a source of being able to talk to you and being able to trust you and be completely honest. That's the first thing that you want. So the first thing you want to do is, in whatever ways you can, give them the reassurance that they need, that they can talk to you anytime about anything. And that even if they don't change, you will love them no matter what. And then, if you want them to change, when you come from that vibration, they will be more likely to change because they know they don't have to, that you will love them no matter what, that you will not be upset if they don't do what you want, that they will still be in your favor. And if we get mad at people, then what we're telling them is our love is conditional, so we don't want to do that. What we want to do...
They can sense that. They can sense when it's conditional, the love.
Yes. So we want them to be able to be vulnerable, feel like they can make mistakes, feel like they can be however they want, feel like they can be messy and mess up. And then we get them to figure out what they want, and we get them to figure out what they envision as best for them. And we do that by asking them, hey, is this what you love? Oh. Hey, darling, do you love sleeping till 2 p.m? Does it meet your needs for restoration and renewal? Do you feel refreshed? Do you feel like you've gotten beautiful rest and that your brain has had its chance to recharge and do what it's got to do? You know, because if you're upset that they're sleeping till 2 o'clock, well, it's having to do with sleep. So if your focus is sleep, well, how is your sleep, right? So the vibration is different now than why are you sleeping till 2 o'clock? Or let's say the behavior is something like, hey, why are you in a relationship with this friend? And this friend is verbally abusive to you. Why are you in this relationship with this friend you keep fighting with? And they're getting in blackouts and you don't even drink. Or why they're making you make decisions you would never make that are harmful to you. Like, what are you doing with this friend? If you question them and put the friend down and enemy image, then the last thing they're going to do is talk to you about this friend. So what you want to do instead is just ask questions like, are these the values that you have for your friends? And what do you value about this relationship? Do you feel like they're challenging you? And do you feel like having your trauma triggered in this way so that you're in volatility and chaos and fighting, does that meet your needs for challenge? And does it meet your need for learning and growth? And I wonder, like, is this benefiting you because you are learning how to deal with high-stakes situation? I know that you wouldn't be doing this unless there was something positive, because you have the wisdom, and I just want to help you figure it out, right? And that's the vibration we're coming from. Like, I'm your friend, or I'm your mom, or I'm your daughter. Like, I just want to support you and help you figure it out on your own, because I know that you have the wisdom for you. And remember, we spend the most amount of time with ourselves. So when someone else tries to come over and speak for us, it's like when you try to go over and talk to a mom about her baby. Mom's like, I know exactly how my baby feels. I spend 24 hours with my newborn or whatever. It's the same thing with, like, you spend 24 hours with yourself. And when you're telling someone about themselves, they are going to find it very invasive. But if you're asking, you're allowing them to be the one of their wisdom. And you notice how my questioning is about like, how is this serving you? And you could say things like focus on their body. I notice your breath is really shallow and you're talking loud and fast. Are you upset? Do you always get this stressed out before you go and see this person? How do you want to feel before you go to see the people in your world? How do you want to feel while you are with them? Like, do you want to feel anger and violence? You know, because maybe they're in the same pattern. They keep fighting and keep, like, do you want to feel that way? What do you want to feel? So you're helping them on their own. Like, they might not even be asking themselves these empowering questions. Now you're having a conversation that feels good. They're not going to want to stop talking to you.
Oh my God, babe, I gotta go to a doctor's appointment right now, but I love you and I will see you.
I love you too. I've been live streaming like 4 hours.
I know, you're so amazing, but what you've said in the last hour is absolutely...
Clip it, download it. That, you know, my stuff's exclusive. They're just going to take it down. So make it your own. Make it your own content. Get rich off it, because I don't monetize, but you do.
So listen, I'll see you probably tomorrow, because today I have like back-to-back appointments. I need to...
All right, we'll go to housing.
I love you, and
I love you.
I haven't heard about the housing yet. Have you heard anything from Jennifer or Claire?
They won't let me spend the night out yet, so I just going back to my shelter every night sucks.
Yeah, are you doing good though? You're checking in every night?
Oh yeah, I'm back, you know, in bed early like always.
Okay, good. And now are they, so it's Monday, so they should have processed, they should have that back, but don't bug them, you know, they'll call, I guess they said they're going to call you, right, when they get the approval?
No, we gotta bug them.
But did she say?
She said we could check on Monday.
I've been calling Jennifer, she does not text me back.
Oh, she called me and said, really? She doesn't?
No. You can call
She didn't call me back for a whole week, and then she finally called me on Friday.
Well,
and
maybe it's like a confidentiality thing, because I'm really not.
I'm gonna sign a release with you on it, because they will talk to you.
Just tell her it's okay to text Mary back. It's housing. Maybe she probably legally can't really tell me anything, but she could at least call me and say, oh, it's moving along, and it's going well, or we're looking at a couple more days. You know, like tell her to tell me, because otherwise I have to go all the way up to the housing office and bug them, and then they just tell me.
Yeah, let's go to the housing office.
And they can't give me information unless.
Here, let me call Jennifer real quick.
I gotta get off the phone.
All right, love you.
Babe, I love you. Bye.
Bye. So cute. And look at all the babies. I love you guys. It's a long live stream. I'm gonna end it. Just coming back in. Mammoth! Mammoth Mountain? Come see me, Natalie. Goddess Jennifer Nana. Hello, you guys. Who should we call? He's gone. Well, DJ Alex came and left. Poor guy. Oh no, he's right there. Yeah, he's not coming because someone stole from him. I feel bad. Oh, Natalie says she lives in England. Come here, goddess. Chris is gonna bring me food. I'm excited. Waffles. I'm kinda hungry. I'm gonna go to Whole Foods. Ooh, I'll go to Erewhon. That sounds good. All I have to do is go down Brooks. Erewhon is a really fancy grocery store. I have to wait till Christopher Lee gets back. All right, you guys, I love you. It's been a really long live stream. 270 minutes. How many hours is that? Huh. It's like 4 hours. Over 4 hours. Love you guys. Princey Pooh? He has a new girl. It's called DJ Alex.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording.
He didn't answer. Princey Pooh. Do you guys want to see a picture of Princey Pooh? You want to see his new girlfriend? She's poor Princey Pooh. Oh, I was writing Princey Pooh. It's funny. Jeffrey Percone. Jeffrey Percone. He's so cute. He's Princey Pooh. Look at him. Princey Pooh, where's your new girlfriend? And there's Princey Pooh with his dog, and that's his dad, Dr. Percone. Nicholas Percone, famous doctor, was on like the Oprah show. He's known as the salmon doctor. Let's see. I don't have the picture. Well, I'm gonna end the live stream, you guys. Think about how lovable you are. Remember the 6 practices of self-actualization? There's 3 practices of receiving. So if you're receiving a massage or listening to someone, or if you are in a state of receiving, the 3 practices are focus on your breath, think about how lovable you are and how lovable everything is, and relax. Those are the 3 practices of receiving. Relax. I love and release you.